Are we good with the recording? All right, everybody ready? All right. Calling to order this evening's Borough Council meeting, specifically to work through the capital and operational budget process for our 2026 fiscal year. Before we get started, as we start all meetings, did anyone receive any emails that referring to the budget or questions about the budget that we can put on the docket for answering this evening?
No.
Tangential comment. At FunFest, one of our regular speakers here said that they were very impressed by the large crowds at FunFest and made the connection to our upgraded marketing.
Wonderful. That's great. Thank you. All right. The only thing that I wanted to bring up is we did receive an email from a gentleman named Jeff Oxford. He wanted to express that he's disappointed about the original monument on 2nd Avenue, that it hasn't been given consideration on placement. He would like to know why the monuments were taken down when there isn't a plan for them. He's also disappointed that our community leaders allowed the monuments to be removed without any finalized plan or budget in place. So he would like to know when and where the original monument is being stored, and if basically he would go to other organizations to have the discussion if we don't have that discussion for him. So I wanted to put that out here when we get to our capital budget line items, and we can talk about how we strategically plan and what the plan is for that space, that everyone can kind of talk about how we got to where we are today with 2nd Avenue.
Did Mr. Oxford say whether he was a resident of the borough? Do we know his actual address?
Mr. Oxford didn't. He did mention that his grandmother or great-grandmother was a resident of West Conshohocken, and the memorial, he had a grandfather that died in one of the wars that memorial was recognizing. So he's concerned that we aren't giving veterans the attention that I think he would like us to give them. So we can have that discussion as we get into that space. Does that sound fair?
Yes.
All right, wonderful. All right, this evening we'll do the introductory and summary of the budget. Steph will go over that. Then we'll have all the departments present as we have in the past. That will go until about 8:10 p.m. Then we will go through the highlights of the budget and the additional operating funds. We'll open it up to public comment, and then we'll go into an executive session. Any questions on the process this evening? It is a casual presentation, so feel free to go ahead and eat your dinner, and if you need to excuse yourself at any time, we can do that. All right, Steph, go right ahead.
Great, thank you, President Sokolowski. We are, again, kicking off budget season. Internally, we've kicked off budget season in the June timeframe, and now we're presenting it publicly to you. This is the first step of that process. So as President Sokolowski indicated, there will be department presentations on the capital purchases that are planned for 2026, along with increases in the general fund operating over anything over 4% as it pertains to operations only. Key dates moving forward, so 11/5 there will be a special budget meeting presentation. So we take all the feedback tonight from Borough Council and the Mayor, and then any public comment we receive. We finalize the budget over the course of October, and then I will formally present it to you the beginning of November for it to then be advertised at the end of November and adopted in December. This evening you have certain items in front of you, so I'm going to go over the items that are right in front of you for the evening. You have your general fund revenues and expenditures. So all the directors are going to be asking you to flip to certain pages of this packet to go over certain line items that are increasing. We've provided a statement of revenues and expenditures as of September 19th, so that if you need to refer to it, you can in terms of where we are year to date in 2025. You have a capital budget expenditure Excel sheet, which is very difficult to read because there's so many numbers on it. That's actually going to go up on the screen, so it's really just there for you to reference if you need it, and you also have a copy of the agenda. So those are the items that we're going to be referring to over the course of this evening. Tonight, most importantly, we are presenting a balanced budget to you. Our revenues are forecasted at $19.6 million. Our expenditures are forecasted at $19.4 million. And then you allocate reserves, $500,000 to capital and $500,000 to OPEB. So actually, what we are presenting this evening, you have an excess of revenues over expenditures of roughly $219,000. And so we will take off $219,000 from that million that goes into reserves. And basically what you need to balance the budget is then roughly $780,000, which is a decrease from last year, and that pools on your fund balance. And we wait until the course of the end of the fiscal year to make those reserve transfers, and we've historically utilized overages, again, excess revenues over expenditures, to move into your reserve funds. And you've used those reserve funds to then pump that money back into the community in the form of capital projects. So overall, you're looking at a $20.4 million general fund revenue and $20.4 million general fund expenditures, again, including that $1 million in transfers. The overall percentage increase that we're presenting this evening for your general fund expenditures is 5.26%, and I will go into more of a comprehensive overview once the department directors have presented their capital and their operating budgets to you, but no, going through what we're presenting this evening is 5.26%. If you look at industry norms, we're pretty much spot on. Especially considering the fact that if you look at an industry average, it's roughly 4.5 to 5. We're presenting 5.26. That is usually in a static environment, and we are not in a static environment. We are continuing to grow. You'll see additional growth in terms of revenue, both EIT, BPT, and real estate forecasted in this budget, and that forecast will continue as you have a continued increased population and estimated new businesses coming into the borough. So we feel as though we are presenting to you a fiscally responsible budget that does not require a tax increase. So everything you will hear this evening, both from a general fund operating perspective and a capital perspective, is funded either through your taxes and your fees that are estimated to come in over the course of 2026, and or your fund balances that you have strategically encumbered over the course and accumulated over the course of the years to fund without requiring a burden on the residents of any tax increase. So 5.26%, no tax increase. So keep those two things in mind as we're presenting this evening. Your fund balance forward projection at the end of 2025 covers the money that is needed in order to balance the budget. So your cash position is very strong. As of the end of August, you're looking at $22.6 million in your fund balance for general fund only. And then your cash position overall in your government funds is $33.7 million. Just a high overview before we dive into it. We're forecasting approximately $1.48 million increase in revenues. So we're looking at roughly a 7% increase in revenues from 2025 to 2026. And I will note that that does not include new construction that is currently underway, like 401, 433. Morgan Properties is coming in with proposed new construction. They'll be in Zoning and Planning Commission. And then Madison West Elm is not at a full assessment yet in terms of their tax assessment. So that's additional revenue that is coming to the borough and is included. Some is included in 2026. Some is not captured yet in your budget. So you'll see that continued growth over the course of the next 3 years. Just a note that your 3-year general fund revenue average is 19.2 million. Last year's final revenues at the conclusion of the audit entries, and the audit for 2024 is complete, came in at 20.9 million. So I am still presenting a conservative revenue budget to you at 20.4, including fund balance, given that last year's revenues came in at 20.9. We talked about expenditures. We're looking at 5.26 overall, and then I will just note that those expenditures are actually still slightly inflated because we do not have our renewal numbers yet from Divot for our health, property liability, or workers' compensation. So we have built in a 10% contingency in there. Divot did notify us that our overall renewal will probably be between 5 and 7%. So you will see those numbers decrease slightly if Divot is in fact within that range. So the 10% is in there. That most likely will decrease based off Divot's final renewal numbers. And then your largest cost centers for 2026 continue to be personnel, healthcare, and pensions. I will note that your MMOs, your municipal minimum obligations, did decrease moving into 2026. There's many factors that the Auditor General provides, but the biggest difference is the police pension. So that went from 1.2 million obligation in 2025 to a 951,000 obligation in 2026. So a decrease of around 285,000, which is significant. Again, I noted that the general fund cash balance is roughly 22.6 million. That does not include capital, which is at 2.7 million, capital reserve, which is at 4.4 million, or an operating reserve, which is at 958,000. And so I will conclude and move right into department presentations, and then we'll move forward. But I will just state this to keep it in the back of your mind when we're presenting, that as of 8/31/2025, our revenues are at 94% of budget. We've had a strong tax year so far to date, and your expenditures as of August 31st are at 51% of expenditures. And if you do the calculations of where we roughly should be for this time of year moving into September, it's around the 67% threshold. So you're 94% revenues, 51% expenditures. Any questions on that before we dive into each department?
Steph, do you just want to talk a little bit about PMI and the idea of where we sit as far as rating for our borrowing capacity in the future and why it's important to have that money there?
Sure. Yes. So we are, the additional cash capacity that we have on hand, it basically increases our borrowing rating. That borrowing rating allows us to take out additional borrowing capacity, and we already have debt out on the Borough Hall building project, and we are looking for, and I will dive into this more when we get into the capital section of our presentation in terms of financing options, but we have the ability to take out additional debt. We have the ability to borrow to find innovative ways to fund larger projects on behalf of our residents, our constituents, and our businesses, because of the reserves that Borough Council and the Mayor have, from a policy perspective, required. I think that, and I know I have the number here somewhere, if I can find it. You're basically looking at over, let's just say, an 8-year period, roughly a $30 million increase in your cash position. And that's roughly equates to like 160% growth margin. Because of those strategic decisions to procedurally maintain those cash balances and those reserves, you will have PFM, who is our municipal financial advisor, coming in on October 1st to present to the public innovative ways that the borough has available to them because of that decision making that will allow for us to take on additional debt, additional financing, and have very little burden on the residents of Conshohocken. So I believe their presentation is positive. It is, we are very lucky to be in that position, but I will point out that it is not luck. It is, in fact, strategic decision-making that has led to that $30 million increase in your cash position and your reserve funds that allow you to have that option.
Thank you.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay.
Just to
So
go,
basically, October 1st, we'll hear the detail behind what PFM.
You will, tonight I'm going to go over the concept of taking out additional debt and what that means for your financing options based off of the capital projects that we are asking permission to purchase and complete in 2026. And then on October 1st at the public work session, PFM will be coming in and diving into the particulars of what that financing plan looks like to get your blessing to then build into how we're financing our capital for 2026.
Along with that, could you tell us where our current tax rate on residents falls comparative to the rest of the county, municipalities and the rest of Montgomery County? Do you have
So
any idea?
our tax millage rate is 4.5. The county has a great website that lays out what the millage is for each municipality. Ours is very low. If you look across Montgomery County, you see a lot of, well, you know what, I'll just.
And just as a reminder, when we're asking questions, we need to make sure our microphone's on so our residents can hear this.
Let me pull it up for 1 second.
Yeah, just as you're talking about, right, we're talking about our residents' money and the taxes and the money that they spend, and so I don't want to lose sight of that as we're going through million here, million there, 500,000 there, so.
So I'll just give you some comparables. So we're at 4.5 mils, and a mil is basically, for us, it equates to 1 mil is roughly 800, I'm just gonna round, it's roughly 800,000 in real estate taxes, so 800,000 times 4.5 gives you your full real estate tax base. We're at 4.5. Ambler, for example, which is a very comparable borough, is at 9.8. Bridgeport, comparable borough, is at 12.23. Collegeville borough is at 7.55. Hatboro borough is at 11.36. Jenkintown borough is at 11.33. Lansdale borough is at 8. Norristown is at 18.25.
Okay.
I mean, I can keep going,
No,
but I'm just kind
I
of
just
giving
wanted
you
to
a
put it-
sampling. Yeah, so a sample of surrounding boroughs, what their millage rate is. And so as you're hearing us, our recommendation and PFM's expertise in municipal financing, and we're saying, you know, we need to fund a $20 million project that's going to equate to, you know, this increase in millage, not now, but down the road. If you're looking at, I don't know, between 1 and 2 mils, and you go from 4.5 to, I don't know, 6 or 6.5, when you're comparing it to the other boroughs in our surrounding area, we're still very low. And there's ways to creatively offset millage increase and reserve investment that we have at our disposal, and PFM will get into all those different options. But you all have made the decisions that have really set up the borough to be able to take on investments that will continue. I mean, investments that also, on the other hand, become an increase to your capital assets, which then only increase your borrowing capacity. So it's like a win-win at this point. Does that help to answer your question?
That's what I was looking for.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm glad I could find it. Okay, So that is our opening, our introduction, the presentation of the overview of the 2026 budget, and now we're going to dive into the departments. So you will need your general fund packets, and each department will go through their capital requests as well. We're starting with Angela, the Director of Administrative Services. So Ange, kick us off.
Thank you. Good evening. So we're starting with this big capital budget first.
Britt, do you want to bring up the capital sheet just to have it up?
So about 3/4 of the way down, you'll see administrative services. We are asking for administrative staff computers. There's a replacement of 5. Fire and emergency management laptops, replacement of 6. Internal wireless access points, replacement of 6. So our IT vendor is requesting these, part of the depreciation schedule, and anything over 5 years of service is on that schedule to be replaced. And then the access points are a little over 4 years, and they would be
Can you
Go ahead.
can you briefly explain why the laptops, there's 6 of them, but they cost more than twice what the other computers cost?
They are tough books. I don't know a lot about the general construction of them, but that is why they're, I can get you that.
I see that it's for fire and EMS, so I assume the tough book has to be able to withstand everything that our fire and EMS
Yes.
are.
You
put through.
assume correctly.
So they're out in the field moving around?
They're out in the field, moving around. They have to work specifically in an emergency capacity.
Okay.
Okay, so then we'll move to this general fund packet, page 4. The first number we'll talk about is 01402,317. That's the finance and HR software maintenance. This change reflects an estimated 5% increase to the finance software and a slightly lower negotiated increase to our payroll software. Then we'll move to 0403317.
On page 5.
Oh, sorry, page 5. Zero 1403317, real estate tax collector. This is an estimated increase in the tax collector supplies for 2026. 0140353 is the tax collector bond. This increase is slightly larger because it includes the 4-year public official surety bond. So we only pay for that every 4 years. The next number is 01406,210, office supplies and operating. This goes along with increased costs and increased employees. So this covers all office supplies for everybody in the office. 01406,215 is the postage in the copier line item. For 2026, we're combining postage costs from multiple departments to this one line item. We believe this streamlining tracking reduces processing time and improves oversight, especially since individual usage was limited. So every department will now be in this line item.
And just to clarify, you'll see a 0 in all the other departments. So there's no redundancy of costs. They're just being accumulated into a line item where we can track those numbers more efficiently.
Police do have that line item,
Yeah.
but it's for other. 01406,321 is teledata, and that goes along with the increased cost and increased employees, that's for the AT&T and Comcast. Information technology is the next group, and that's 01407-420 subscriptions and memberships. That's increased costs for Adobe and Dropbox. 01407-452 professional services, web and tech. Our IT vendor is expected to exceed the current year's retainer, and they've requested the retainer be increased for 2026. This is on an as-needed basis, so if they don't use it, it's not spent. That's all I have.
Just curious, they said they exceeded the retainer. Was there a reason given why?
They have not yet.
Okay, okay.
But, they are expected to, and that's just, we have more employees, more computers, more requests, you know, if they come out for Wi-Fi or somebody's laptop isn't working. It's just, they did not increase for several years.
Yeah, we also are requiring additional cybersecurity, which requires additional investment in our infrastructure.
Sure, okay.
I just had a general question about the subscription memberships and then the software maintenance. Is that a year to year?
Yes.
Is there a way to cut, I don't know, can we go like farther out, like 2 years to save any cost savings, or is that pretty standard across industry for those prices and increases?
I believe it's standard, but I can always ask
Okay.
the IT vendor.
Well, she's talking about are you talking about the IT vendor?
Well,
You're talking about
both, there's a
finance.
subscription memberships line, and then there's the finance and HR software maintenance.
Yeah. So in terms of the finance and the HR software, so our payroll company and our finance are all cloud-based.
Okay.
And they've been revamped. I know that Angela and her team spent a great amount of time this year negotiating with Paychex specifically for their increased costs.
Okay.
But it is an annual to annual.
Okay.
Yeah.
'Cause sometimes if you go out 2 years, sometimes you can get a little bit more of a break. That's why I was
In
just
terms
curious.
of industry,
That's
it's the norm.
Okay,
Yep.
perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Paul? Oh, it's already coming up. So I'll just preface Paul with the fact that Paul is not here to request any capital or operational increases for the budget, but the budget does include a large investment in the community events that we provide on an annual basis, and therefore, we thought it prudent to have Paul go over remaining events for 2025 and new events and all of our events for 2026 so that you understand that they're built into the budget. And I'd also just like to give Paul a little shout out for throwing what probably was the best Fun Fest event last Saturday. So thank you.
Thank you. So yeah, so just to piggyback also what Steph said, all of our events are free, so there's no cost to participate in any of the events we have coming up for the rest of this year or going into next year. So I just want to highlight all the events we have that make up the budget line item, which is 01400-531 on page 4, community outreach and assistance. So for the rest of this year, we still have 5 events coming up, starting with the fire department hosting the Colonial Fire Expo. This is done on rotation every 3 years with Plymouth Township and White Marsh Township. And this year, we our turn to host on Fayette Street on October 8th, and that'll be headed up by Tim Gunning, our Director of Fire Services, in conjunction with other local fire departments. Then we have our Halloween parade on October 18th at Marywood Park House, which I'm always impressed by the costumes we get every year. The effort is just amazing by all the participants, and I expect to see that again this year when we have that event. And it's always one that grows, and all our events grow, but seeing that one grow is really cool. We have our Christmas tree lighting hosted by Conshohocken and Bucks on Black Friday at 6 at Marywood Park House on November 28th. On December 6th is our holiday drive-in movie, which this year will be Elf. So registration for that will open for Borough residents right after Halloween. Usually that's a 2-week period for Borough residents to register, and then it opens up to the general public. But Borough residents get the first crack at seeing the drive-in movie. And then our final event for this year is the menorah lighting at Marywood Park House, hosted by the Shabbat of Lafayette Hill. So that's what we have for the rest of 25. Do we have any questions about what we have coming up for the rest of the year? Okay, so for 26, it's a very full event schedule, as always, and it starts on March 14th with our St. Patrick's Day Parade. And I know the committee was at FunFest, spreading awareness, collecting funds to help put that parade on. So I know they're really excited about having this event again on March 14th of 2026. Then Conshohocken Green Fest. We do have a tentative date for that right now. It's April 18th with the EAC hosting that. I believe it will be in Marywood Park. Then on June 6th, we'll have the Conshohocken Arts Festival and Car Show combined with the Simon's Heart Conchi Classic. So that the plan for that will be to host everything in one day, as opposed to having the bike race as its own separate event. So it'll be the car show and bike race.
And the reasoning behind combining those two was at the request of QCW, because they felt like they would have access to more borough entities, immerse more with borough businesses, and combine with an already successful event that the mayor and the mayor committee runs on an annual basis. So thank you for allowing them to do that.
Getting back into it, the Philadelphia Flyers alumni event is planned for June 14th on Fayette Street and Sutcliffe Park as of right now. And then the fireworks show is July 3rd. That would be in Sutcliffe Park, and the plan would be to do a bigger show in conjunction with America's 250th anniversary. So we'll work with Schaefer Fireworks to somehow put on a bigger show than they've done in the past couple of years. And then Saturday, July 4th, will be the annual Soapbox Derby. I believe that'll be the 64th year that'll take place. It's one of the longest Soapbox Derby ongoing events in the nation, so I know we'll be happy to host that one once again. Then after that, we get into our summer concert series. That'll be 7 Thursdays, similar to this year. Hopefully no weather issues this time around. So that'll start on July 10th in Sutcliffe Park. We'll host 3 shows in Sutcliffe. Then we'll do the kids concert at the end of July in Marywood Park, and then 3 more shows wrapping up on August 20th. And then FunFest once again comes around. I feel like we just had it, but I'm already starting to plan for next year, September 19th of 2026, and then rounding out with the Halloween parade on October 17th, the Christmas tree lighting on November 27th. We'll work with the rabbi at Shabbat of Lafayette Hill to come up with a date for the annual menorah lighting. And then the Christmas drive-in movie will be December 5th, with a movie still to be determined. But that's everything we have for the rest of this year and upcoming in 2026.
And I'll just clarify for the public's record that all of those events, everything that Paul just laid out, we budget roughly $215,000 just for the events themselves. That does not include the cost of the manpower. So on top of the $215,000, you then have overtime costs that are associated with every different operating and every different level of operations and every different department. And those costs are significant, but from what we've heard from the community is that it's what makes Conshohocken special. It's what makes Conshohocken unique, and those costs are built into the budget that we're presenting this evening. Any questions for Paul?
I just want to add, I really appreciate this summation. I think it is important to highlight some of the details of these events, so such as like our Halloween parade. It's much more than just a parade. There's the different costume contests, the dog costume contest, the family costume contest, which really does bring in the crowds. And then there's also a lot of the giveaways for winners of the costume contests that are provided by, say, local businesses, local small businesses, and that's always a fun time. I think in the past we've started having DJs at each of them. That's also like having the music around makes it a much more lively. And then there's always some sort of free food or something to partake in. So I did want to mention, like, it's not just a parade or a Christmas tree lighting. It's a whole event with things for families to participate in. Thank you.
Thank you again. To mention that the pet, I'd like to thank, Spring Mill Veterinary Hospital. They're always great in providing our pet prizes. So we do have the best pet prize, and they've been gracious the last couple of years to provide the pet baskets for those. So, I'm looking to see what we have in terms of pet costumes, and as well as what this borough turns out with, because they are tremendous costumes. I marvel at the time that goes into them. So thank you for pointing that out.
All right, any other questions for Paul?
No, just great job with FunFest. Great job with everything, from the whole administration. Like, you guys don't get enough recognition for what you actually put together every year. Like, all these events are very difficult. I had a friend in who was from New York, and he was floored by FunFest. And he's like, this is, you guys have this here? He's like, I didn't know this. And then everything is cleared, clean. It's just overall very impressive. So the year-over-year growth, kind of growing these events and all the stuff that you guys do, it doesn't go unrecognized. So thank you and everyone else who's involved with it. It's really a great thing for the area.
Thank you.
Good job, Paul.
Thank you, staff.
Well done.
Thank you.
All right, we're moving right into recreation. Lauren.
Good evening, everyone. Okay, so first I'll go over my capital budget items. Some of these are going to be familiar from last year, but from the feedback that what we've heard, that we're gonna try again. So the first on the list is the Ayfield lights. I did get a new proposal from Musco Lighting, so it is slightly less than what it was, slightly less than the ask last year. So you're looking at a $520,000 quote. So the reason we're asking for lights here is currently the lights are too low. They're not at a proper height or aimed properly. They're not energy efficient. There is bleed off and glare issues. It then bleeds off into the houses that are lining the street around the stadium. They also cannot be retrofitted, so we need new poles. So this includes that as well. Any questions on the Ayfield lights? So currently, they just shoot out straight. I mean, they're not pointed at all right now, so.
Do you expect to see a higher demand or usage of the field at night? We're going to do this?
So we do have Chestnut Hill has their games there. Carroll has a few games there this year, along with Colonial Soccer Club, who uses the field as well on Saturdays and Sundays. So it will not see the amount of usage at nighttime that the B field sees, but this is something that we should definitely consider in the future. And I think, Chestnut Hill was telling me about the glare issues. It is evident when you are at those games and the ball gets lost in the light. So that will eliminate that. I haven't heard feedback from other teams, whether that's an issue and why, they haven't come back from previous years. But I don't think that it hurts.
Okay.
Can you briefly tell us how this would help with the bleed issue, like what that would do for residents?
So it will not be pointing into the resident homes. With these new lights, it would be, there would be less of an area of the light to cover. So you're looking more pointed to the field.
Do you have an idea about the cost savings electrical wise? Like you said, they'll be more efficient. Do we have an idea about the percentage on that?
Don't. I can see if I can,
Sometimes you
get
buy
an
stuff, you're like,
idea,
oh, it'll
or-
reduce your bill by this much a year if you use it this much,
You said the cost went down, right?
Yes,
Did I hear that right?
they
went
reviewed it
down?
again, and the cost went down from what they were asking from the year before.
So we didn't do a deep dive into the Ayfield lights because while Lauren is highlighting for you that it's on our list of things that need to get done, it was not prioritized as an item to be included in the 2026 budget. So we, after going through the whole list, which I'll get to at the end, we are focusing on the B field and the A field lights, not Sutcliffe, correct?
Correct.
Correct. So we will get you an analysis on what the potential cost savings would be for the electrical perspective. But she's going to present 3 different sites with one of them coming off, which is Sutcliffe, which we'll talk about. Okay? Okay.
Just, Sutcliffe is not included.
Sutcliffe is not included,
Not at
yeah.
all, okay. Okay, next, the Beefield lights. Again, you saw this last year. I think that there was a lot of interest in this, which is why we included it again. It will be, I received, again, a proposal from Musco, $290,000. The lights at the Beefield are approximately, they're more than 20 years old. They were parking lot lights from a car dealership they were repurposed. With the new lights, again, they will be energy efficient. I do not have the savings there, again, Stacy, but it's something that I can look into and ask. Again, less bleed off to the residential houses there. They also cannot be retrofitted, so everything will need to be replaced. This cost also includes the trenching that will need to be done. So Musco will come in, put up the poles and the lights, and then our borough electrician will have to come in to hook all that up.
Do we know how many poles? I mean, there's a number of poles there now. Are there going to be less poles there than?
From my understanding, no, there
it's
will
gonna
be the same
amount.
amount.
It's just going to be, okay.
Any questions there? And I will just say, the Beefield lights are on every night of the week. Saturdays and Sundays, not as much, but we still do have things taking place there during the day. It's just not as much at night. But every day of the week, year round. The B field can be played on. It's not like the A field, we do put a cover on it, but as long as, weather cooperates, they're playing in December on the B field. We start in February, again, weather pending, with rugby starting first that could be mid-February. January, we do have a couple things scheduled, but that's, again, weather pending, but that's pretty much the only month that the B field is not used.
Have we had any issues with the condition of the B field? There were a couple times where the grass looked a little lean up there. Is there any concerns from anyone who's using it at all?
Not for the B field, no.
Okay.
The A field right now is in pristine condition,
Yeah.
but the B field drains better than the A field. I mean, we've played on it, where there was a hurricane the day before and it has drained. A field's a little different, but I have not heard complaints about it. But I think that Ray can speak more to that, because I do believe that.
It's actually the opposite. So it's, at that field is drained really well. They're going to put a sprinkler system.
Yes.
I think that was in last year's budget. We already have
Okay. Yeah, I remember that. I didn't.
And our people are going to put it in.
Okay.
Our people are going to install it.
What time did the lights go off?
10 o'clock.
Thank you.
And then I did have our public services department roll the B field this year to get rid of some of the divots on it. But if you're speaking to sometimes it does get dried out, that should help with the sprinkler system that was purchased and will go in.
Go ahead.
Okay. Sutcliffe Park, we're going to discuss a couple things here. First are the pavilions. We have 2 there, the playground pavilion and the evergreen pavilion. Again, they're more than 20 years old. They were actually built by Monco technical students, tech school students. So the thing is that they are aging. As you can see, they've been painted, but that's as much as they can do. From what I've heard from Frank, our public works director, the sturdiness. They've received complaints about the sturdiness of the structure. It's time that they get replaced, and both of them, we're finding that both are compromised. So that price of $210,000 is for both of the pavilions and the installation. So it will be replaced with steel ones similar to the ones at the other playgrounds that we have, and they'll last well over 20 years. The next item that we're looking at is the playground surface at Sutcliffe. I know that the park seems new. It was done in 2017, I believe, prior to me coming, but it was 2017, and it is starting to show wear and tear. As you can see, some of the playground surface could be lifted up. Others were replaced by our Public Services Department, so you'll see funny looking cutouts. The lifespan of our playground surfaces is 10 years. 7 years, I believe, was the warranty, so we're up over that, and we're at 8 years, and it's time to start looking at all of our parks and replacing, having a timeline to replace the playground safety surface, and that's going to be important, and we need to make sure that, the surface is not compromised for injuries. Okay. And that quote was received from Recreation Resource, so that's $142,000. Recreation Resource is the company that the borough works with. It's our vendor that we purchase all of our playground equipment through.
That's for all playgrounds.
Yes. Okay. Move on to the next. Community center items that I'm seeking this year. The first one is gymnasium lighting. I received a proposal for $20,000 from our borough electrician that we work with. We have issues with the current lights. So as you can see, they have a cover on them. It's a plastic cover, but actually balls have gone up there and have broken those covers, and it has come down. Thankfully, no one has been injured due to that. But I have spoken with our electrician, and he has obtained a proposal for brand new lighting for that won't have those specific covers that can break. And all of them were replaced, not all of them, but the broken ones have been replaced, but it continues to happen.
I know that's the basketball court. Is the other room that doesn't have? Does that have?
It doesn't have the shades on them like this one does.
Yeah.
We may look at something similar. We didn't talk, he just gave me a cost for it. We didn't talk about the exact lighting that we'll go with.
Okay.
Next on the list is a kitchen renovation. The quote I received from Delos Construction, who we've worked with in the past, is $42,000. This includes new cabinets, drawers. Some of them don't close, they're chipped, they're coming off, they cannot be fixed. Our countertops look like that in the middle picture. And we do have rentals, and this is what they're using as a prep area. We just want to make it a little more nice, get a new refrigerator in there. We will be taking that stove out, so as of now, it's not a cooking kitchen. The stove is not to be used by our rentals since the ventilation is not there.
So you're saying the update would not include a stove?
No.
Okay.
No. I think that it's best, as a borough-owned facility, not to have a stove in there where people can be cooking. I think we're all in agreement with that, so. Next on the list, you can see my staff there, is an office extension. So we have hired a new employee who just started this past Monday as a recreation coordinator, and we are running out of space at the community center. So this back office, right now you can see it's a little tight with 3 in there, and we've added another employee. So this is just extending the back wall and also creating a door. So in our office area, there's one way in, one way out. For safety purposes, we want to put a back door in there as well. So that would go in with that. Next on the list, there's no slide, but is it's an epoxy floor kit. This cost $11,000 is for the equipment and supplies for the epoxy floors. This would include the locker room, the kitchen, if approved, and the Sutcliffe Park bathrooms. The labor would be done in-house. So paint is chipping and peeling. We just got the locker room painted a few years ago. They brought in a representative from Sherman-Williams, and that suggested this type of paint to be put on a locker room floor. However, it's still chipping. So I've discussed it with Mike and Frank, and Public Works believes that purchasing this kit and renting the equipment so we can epoxy those floors will eliminate the chipping and future costs.
So, just to add something to that, when this project goes, could you please talk to me?
The floor?
So, I do this for a living, this type of flooring that you're talking about.
Okay.
So I can explain exactly why it's chipping the previous one. But I'll bring some expertise and help them do it right. That's what I'm saying, so, yeah.
Sounds good. Okay. All right. I'm making a note.
We'll send out a calendar invite.
So that's it for my capital budget requests. Does anybody have any other questions?
Just want to clarify that the list in front of you has some things that are removed from it because they have been not prioritized for 2026. So everything that Lauren presented is a priority. We are recommending that they be funded. So you'll see on your sheet that the total request from Lauren and her staff was 1.7 million. We are recommending that you fund 1.2 of that 1.7 request. Any questions on those items before I move them
So
into?
can you clarify for me? There was
Yep.
some back and forth. So the A field lights are a priority?
They
then
are,
for
yes,
this?
that was
Okay.
my fault.
Okay, thank
It's
you.
the A field lights, the B field lights, the 2 Sutcliffe Park pavilions, the Sutcliffe Park playground structure, the community center gym lighting, kitchen renovation, office extension, and the epoxy floor kit.
Okay.
Any issues with funding those items in 2026? Okay, you want to move on to your general fund?
Yeah, I will. So right now, I'm just going to go over increases in some of my line items to explain those. So the first one you're looking at is 01451-321, which is teledata.
What page is?
Sorry.
Yeah,
I did not get the page number.
I gotcha. You are on page 12. Go ahead.
This growth accounts for increases in costs of new and existing cell phones, office phones, internet, basically all telecommunications, which Angela had mentioned, AT&T and Comcast for my department. The next line item is 451336, transportation automobile rental. The cost of buses, unfortunately for us, has increased significantly in the last few years. We're looking from this year increasing from $250 per bus to $356. So that just accounts for that. We use buses for our summer camp trips. And then we're also, this will run as well, so I'll just plug this. We have a casino trip scheduled in November, and we have a lot of signups for it. So we're looking for some more. If anyone is interested, it's the day after elections, November 5th, and should be a fun time for our residents. So, okay. Next item is 451453, recreation software. Over the last 7 years that I've been here, I have heard from numerous residents and parents about complications accessing our online registration system and navigating it. So the past, I would say 2 years, I have tasked our staff with researching recreation software websites. They have narrowed it down. We looked at 3. We sat down in meetings multiple times, did demos with them, and our department feels that the best option for our needs would be Community Pass. It suits our needs on the back end, and the community side. It's way more user-friendly. I'm sure you can attest to that because of the programs that you've registered, Thomas, for. And
I am tech savvy and rec desk is a problem.
So the increase, there is a little over a $2,000 increase for Community Pass for their annual subscription. However, there's also a one-time fee of $5,500 that you'll see in that line item, and that just accounts for migration, meaning that our members, our rentals, our programs would be moved over to the new website, and we wouldn't lose all of that data. So that is a one-time fee, and then the annual fee would be about $6,550.
So this isn't building on top of anything we have. This is completely new.
Completely different,
Okay.
yes,
Okay.
yes. Like I said, it best suits our needs we have to make sure that not only we have online registration, but facility. So when you come in, we have facility check-ins. We're checking you into that system. So it will suit our operational needs.
We've had rec desks since 2015. It's 10 years old. It met our needs when we've just first started. Lauren's team, just as of the end of August, was anticipating roughly $200,000 in program fee revenue for 2025, and is at $251,000 as of the end of August. So Lauren and her team have outgrown infrastructure in the recreation department that was put in 10 years ago.
Do you think this helps you, obviously the user experience is one thing from a capacity management end. Does it help you guys on your end to actually
Absolutely.
make things more efficient?
I do. So one of the features of this as well, right now, I send bulk emails. I send e-newsletters every month and then other emails to members through Constant Contact, which has gone from $95 to $220 per month since we first got it. And I can eliminate that because I can do bulk emails through this. We can schedule emails to be sent. I think that it'll, help just in that aspect, right? And then we're saving that $220 per month that we spend on the Constant Contact. It has more reports that we can pull on the back end for us. The rentals, I think, will make it more manageable on the back end as well.
But I know that Lauren and I did discuss council wanting to see participation reporting and what that may look like. That is limited in a software like RecDesk, but this type of software can pull that data very easily and get it into your hands so that you can use it how you want to.
Yes, I'm currently having some issues with sending Stephanie what she's looking for.
But just to reiterate, we're at 67% through the end of through our year currently. The revenue for recreation is at 109%.
Lauren, is Community Pass what other townships use?
Some other local townships do use it, yes.
Is it web-based? Or is it, it's web-based, so it's no software, it's actually loaded on, you're just logging on through?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, keep going. I'm just going to keep everybody, yeah.
Great. So the next line item is recreational supplies. With an increase in programs, we need to adequately supply those programs. There's been increases in needs in bingo or after-school program, summer camp supplies, trips, venues have increased their pricing. So we are exceeding that for this year, so hopefully this increase will account for that next year. Next line item, recreation programs. Again, this goes to the increase in programs. We did previously have it at this number, but we weren't meeting that at the time. I think, we were very gung-ho on our programs a few years ago, but now we are meeting this needs, and we're going to surpass that line item as well. But however, anything that is paid out of this line item comes in on the revenue side. So it's for instructors, things like that. We're not paying anything that doesn't come in. The next line item is professional development, 451460. This increase would allow for 2 members of our department to attend the Pennsylvania Recreation and Park Society that's held annually. As it stands right now, I don't even know if one of us could attend. So I would like to do that and have 2 members attend. As we know, professional development is important, so.
Can you briefly explain what that is?
The Pennsylvania Recreation and Park Society is an organization that all of our members are a part of. It supports all of the parks and recreation departments in the state of Pennsylvania. So at this conference in particular, they have a vendor display. So if we were looking, let's say we were looking for, I don't know, tennis courts to be built, there's businesses, all sorts of businesses that would be there, along with programs as well. There's also educational benefits. There's classes that they have, or conference, broken down conferences, whatever the topic is. I actually spearheaded one that was specifically community center 2-3 years ago. And I did go up there, and it was a round table of those who have community centers or were looking for community centers to be built, and we discussed everything you could imagine about community centers. The biggest topic there was pickleball.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I would assume you talk about new regs related to
Correct.
recreation services and what needs to be up to date as far as regs.
Yes.
and
Yes.
Any questions for Lauren?
Yes. So, I apologize, I'm going to maybe backtrack a little bit. I hear you talking a lot about growth over this past year, and I would expect that you may see some more next year in '26. You have you talked about you added a new employee and then this office extension.
Mm-hmm.
Are you thinking about whether you'll have to add more employees to handle all this?
I think that that's something that we need to discuss in the future, for sure. We have staff, but we don't. You know what I mean? I think it's difficult. We are filling in with this new staff member mornings, and then this person will work weekends as well. So we needed a supervisor during those times. And I think that's a good question, and the hope would be yes, just because then if I need a new person, that means that we're growing even more, right?
I know you're awesome, but you only have so many hours in a day to get things done, and as you get more and more, right? I mean,
Yes,
are you
that is
starting
the
to think
hope.
about projections for next year's growth? Do you expect to see the same level? When you're already at, 100 and whatever % of revenue?
We have a population that continues to increase, and we have a population that is engaging in what we are offering. That is through,
Which is a great compliment.
It is a great
It's great, you're
compliment.
running a great programs. It's just-
yes, we are looking at growth required in every department and what that means for budget down the road.
The complaint, the biggest complaint I hear about the community center recreation programs is I can't get into something,
Yes.
right? So, I mean, again, these are good
Well,
problems to have.
we
but
also can only operate within the facilities that we have, and that does
Is
constrain.
$20,000 in an extension going to get you there? That's,
No, I think
No.
what you're bringing up is in our strategic planning as we continue to morph our community to meet the needs of our community, we are going to need to think about what does the community center of the future look like to meet the needs of our constituents. So, yeah, we can keep putting bodies into existing space,
this
but
is what
I
I'm
think it's a
talking about,
bigger,
right?
it's a bigger conversation, yeah.
We have a 5-year capital plan laid out. There are some initiatives that need our immediate focus. A new community center is on that plan in the future. So yes, it is there. However, we need to prioritize based off of manpower, funding, and health, safety, and wellness.
Yes, I don't want anybody quitting because they're frazzled, they can't do their, right, you know, you get stressed when there's more demand than you can provide, right? So.
I appreciate that.
Yes.
And I know that what we're working with could be temporary. So I think that our staff has invested in that idea, and they're on board.
Okay. Great.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lauren.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Chief Lennon and the police.
Good evening. Tonight I'll be presenting the Police Department capital and operational requests for 2026. We'll start with the capital requests. The first request is for police vehicles. We're asking for 3. This is a request for $250,114.45. This continues with the department's depreciation plan. We're asking for a patrol vehicle that replaces a 5-year-old vehicle, a detective sergeant vehicle, and a lieutenant vehicle. 2 of these vehicles will be hybrids, which also align with the eco-friendly initiative that the borough has set out. Our next capital request is for police workstations. We're asking for 6. This is a request for $11,700. This continues with our current depreciation replacement program. These new computers will replace outdated Windows 10 machines. This allows the department to maintain our current IT standards to meet criminal justice and cybersecurity requirements. Currently, there's 29 workstations within the police department. Our next request is for in-car laptops. That we're asking for 6. This is a request for $10,500. These computers will also replace outdated machines. And again, we're trying to overcome this Windows 10 compliance and maintain our CJIS criminal justice requirements and our cybersecurity and criminal justice standards. Our next request is a spare officer complement for 2 sets of equipment and an equipment update for our PBTs. This is a request for $48,853.20. This equipment complement includes 2 tasers, 2 portable radios, 2 handguns, 2 body-worn cameras, uniforms, body armor, and duty gear. This would enable us to have spares in case we have issues with the gear we have. And then also, we'd be asking for 6 portable breathalyzers to update and replace equipment that we have. Our next request is a break room update. This is a request for $22,600. And much like Lauren's request, we're looking to upgrade our builder grade quality cabinets, and we would like to add some upper cabinets and get some new storage in there, update a couple small appliances in there, and get a new countertop with the kitchen upgrade. Our next request is a license plate recognition camera agreement. This is a request for $45,000. This is a 5-year agreement for license plate recognition cameras. We're in year 3. I would just like to remind everyone that these license plate recognition cameras have been instrumental in almost every investigation that we have done this year. I cannot stress how important this agreement and this equipment is to what we're doing and how we move the police department forward. We're constantly working with other police departments that don't have as many cameras and equipment as we have, and we constantly hear from them because they're asking for us and asking for information that we have, and we're able to provide them. Our officers are diligently sitting out there waiting for these people to come through our town. A lot of times you can see these officers sitting on the side of the road. They may look like they're just sitting there. They're most likely scanning and watching this information come through in real live time, and it's really been a benefit to us, so we thank you for that. Our next request is for an emergency exit stair construction of $23,100 and a gate fence repair that also goes along with that, which is a $15,000 request. This would be adding a set of stairs from the police department parking lot out to the West 5th Avenue side of the building. where you see the wooden fence here, and then this would allow people to egress from the second floor directly out onto the West Fifth Avenue side of the building, so they don't have to go through our police department parking lot. And would also add a metal fence that would align with the fence that we have and a man door gate to go along with that emergency exit. Our next request is for ballistic vests. We're asking for 7 for this year. These vests expire every 5 years, so depending on when the officer started, 5 years from there, they'll need a vest. So this year, we need 7. We're asking for $11,375.91. These are obviously required in our general duty orders. We do apply for a government grant for this, and if it's available and if we're approved, we get half of that money back. So we typically do that every year when the grant is available. Our next request is for a parking canopy. This is a request for $515,900. The requested parking canopy would serve to protect one of the police department's largest investments, which is our vehicles. The canopy would protect the vehicles from the elements and keep them covered, which leads to less maintenance and longer life cycles. Currently, we have $780,000 worth of vehicles that come in and out of the parking lot and are subjected to the weather all year round. So having a little bit of coverage on these vehicles would go a long way in protecting that investment. Next, I'll talk about the overtime breakdown for 2025. You can see how the overtime in the police department is allocated. Our top 3 allocations are OIC coverage, which is when a sergeant supervisor is off. Our next is shift coverage, and our third is community events. And on the left, you can see the number of hours that are allocated to that overtime breakdown. So if we go to the next slide, we're asking to increase that number to $481,000. And I'd like to also note, in 2019, we had a police department matrix study completed, and it was noted in that study that a typical police department overtime budget is between 5 and 15% of their overall budget. And this requested amount of $481,000 would be at 6.37 of the requested 2026 police department operating budget. So we're well within, actually at the lower end of typically what we see in policing for that overtime budget.
If you turn to your packets, Dave is referring to page 7 in your general fund. You're looking at line item 01410-180.
Dave, could I just ask a question?
Sure.
Why overtime versus investing in additional officers? Just a standard question to explain to us how that works better for the police department.
It's a great question, and we're strategically looking at that, and we're doing a deep dive because as our community grows and as the needs of our community grows through overtime and senior members of our department and increase in community events, we'll really need to look at where we should be allocating that money. Is it worthwhile to bring 1 or 2 officers on, or 3 or 4, and try to bring some of that overtime down and replace that overtime with younger officers that are more cost efficient in the overall picture?
So it's part of your strategic plan to look at the overall needs of the department, whether it makes more sense to continue down the overtime route or identify a different staffing ratio for what we have going on at the...
Yes, and I think that these are important conversations that we as a community should have, and what the goals of the community are, and align with what the needs of the police department are.
Thanks.
So we'll go to the operational section of that. Our line item is 01410, and the first one I'll talk about is 226. This is supplies and investigations. This is directly related to detectives. We're asking to go from $1,200 to $2,600. This requested increase helps cover the cost of towing fees for investigations. Year to date, we've spent $875 towing stolen cars and cars used in crimes. So I'm happy to report that our license plate readers are bringing in a lot more activity and a lot more business for us, and subsequent to that, we're removing and moving around vehicles that we are investigating. Our next line item is number 238. This is police uniforms. We're requesting to go from $14,000 to $23,000. This request will increase and allow the department to allocate approximately $1,000 for each officer for uniform needs, and this will more effectively keep up with our uniform needs and help us outfit our officers with different projects throughout the year. The next line item is 255. This is vehicle maintenance and repair. We're asking to go from $31,000 to $48,000. This requested increase will cover vehicle accident costs. In 2024, we spent $16,835 on accident repair. In 2025, we spent $13,509 in accident repair. This also covers the cost of towing police vehicles that break down on the road. This year we had 6 tows for $1,050. I would also like to note that none of our police officers were at fault for any of these accidents, but we're paying for these repairs out of our maintenance fee, and then we're getting that money back in our general fund, but we're not seeing that back in this line item, so we're asking to allocate for that. Our next expense is 264, tactical team expenses. We're asking to go from $7,500 to $9,150. We're adding the MERT team into this tactical team, which is the major incident response team. This is the county's team for civil unrest. We added 3 members to the MERT team, so we now have a total of 4 for 2025. So we're rolling that MERT team expense into the TAC team budget. Our next line item is 265, which is detectives division expenses. We're asking to go from $7,500 to $8,500. This request will increase coverage for CellHawk analytical programs. We have negotiated this in the past and will continue to do that. We do incur these increases, though. Sometimes we're not able to negotiate our way out of them. There's 3 programs that they use back in detectives, and they use them consistently. It's the price of doing business for what the detectives do every day. So it's expensive, but it's important, and it gets us to a better place in the investigations that we do. The next line item is number 374, parking meter expenses. We're asking to go from $12,250 to $15,964. This requested increase will cover an additional UpSafety subscription for our parking handheld device. So this is what we use to when we're out there enforcing with tickets on the street. And then if you can refer to this slide up here, 453 is computer software. We're asking to go from $46,061 to $51,372.11. And it just has a breakdown of each one of the additional software expenses. Some of them have gone up. I will say that for the Power DMS, which is our policy software, Divot does pay 50% of that, so we do take advantage of that.
Any questions?
I guess
Go ahead, Stacey.
my questions are probably more for Steph regarding the parking canopy. I mean, it's pretty far out for discussion, but, we're talking about maybe going more green, going more solar, or can we look into making sure that if we go with that route, that we can put solar panels maybe on top of that? Is that something that's possible or no?
I did speak with the architect about that.
Okay.
To align with that, and he said that is possible in our plan.
Okay, perfect. And then, will that extend the depreciation schedule of the vehicles now that they'll be protected? Because, like you said, they're sitting under the elements and they're under this depreciation schedule. Does that change anything in that?
We would still follow that same depreciation schedule, but when we go to sell these vehicles, they'll be worth more because they're in better condition.
Perfect, thank you.
And then I just have a question. Can you elaborate on the TAC team, MERT team expenses and how that benefits the residents of Conshohocken?
Absolutely. So we're really getting a bargain here because we subscribe to groups of police departments that are aligned with the tactical team and the MERT team. So we send 4 officers to the TAC team, and we send 4 officers to the MERT team. They train, and then when we need them in return, we get the full team, which is on the SWAT team side, upwards of 30 people, and on the MERT team side, upwards of 70 to 75 people. So there's an annual cost that goes along with each one of those teams, but what we see in return is much greater than what we're putting out.
So in essence, mutual aid at a higher level of experience and training.
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you.
On the prioritization list for your capital, we did not include the parking canopy in the 2026 budget. We believe that given the breadth of other items that need to be prioritized in 2026, unfortunately, this item needs to come off that priority list, but it will, we felt it prudent to present it this evening so that you know that it is a priority of the police department that will be back in front of you when it's applicable financially. Okay. We'll move right into Shauna.
Hi. Getting my numbers
Taking
ready.
pictures of us?
Just show my family. Look how hard I work. All right, so this is for the emergency management request for 2026. We are not requesting an operational increase in our line items, so these are just capital items. The first 2 to go kind of go hand in hand. This is to aid in the dispatch center that we put in last year. We did find through some event usage that it could use some upgrades and additions in the way of radios. So the MHC radios will give us access to more channels, and the UHF mobile radio will give us access to the same channels that Narberth Ambulance and Plymouth Township use. So when we have these larger joint events like the St. Patrick's Day Parade, for example, the communication opens up a little more. We've also had an issue where if there are 2 individuals seated at the dispatch center on either side, they can't speak independently on a radio channel. So if one of them is on it, the other one can't use it. This will alleviate that issue. So to help with communication during planned events as well as response events such as a storm. These you've seen if you've been at any of our events this year. These are our very popular vehicle barriers. We've actually not only hosted trainings to show other municipalities how well they work, but we've now, as you all know, approved a couple of mutual aid agreements to lend them out to some other municipalities. So they are incredibly useful. They will stop a vehicle in its tracks if it tries to drive into any of our events. We've played around with them and found multiple ways to maneuver them. As you can see in that first photo, they are on an angle so that during the St. Patrick's Day Parade, anyone who's traveling south can still turn right and get around, and it doesn't have to block an entire intersection. They are able to be set up kind of at that curve. We've also done it in the second photo where they are lined up in a parallel way, but with a little bit of a space there. So if one of our vehicles needs to maneuver around, it can. If we need to get somebody out, they can get out. But anyone who's trying to advance at any sort of speed would not be able to get around and do any sort of damage. So we've utilized them in a number of different ways, and it has been successful each time. We did buy a trailer at the beginning of this year that holds vehicle barriers, and we have not filled every slot in that trailer. So this would just complete our existing package, so our trailer would be full. This is our Turing Sky Shield camera. So again, towards the beginning of this year, we put one of these cameras at the lower end of Fayette Street. It is situated across from the Syncora Plaza. So there is a north-facing, a south-facing, and a mobile camera on there. So there is a pan, tilt, zoom element. This records video, and this actually comes with software that has an AI element for searching. So if something were to happen and we needed to see something, we can actually go into that software and type in red car, and it will show us and pull the video of any red car in a certain time frame that passed a camera. So it's incredibly helpful. We've utilized it during storms, during major events. We would like to put the same setup on the north end of Fayette so that both borough
Entrances.
borders, both our borders are covered, north and south, by this same technology. It's proven very helpful. Our detective has access to it, and I think it's a no-brainer to make sure that we're not only covered on one end. So this is my favorite. Given recent events, I think it only becomes more and more important to always be researching what's out there to help protect the public. This is called Zero Eyes. They're actually a local company. Their offices, their headquarters are right off of North Lane. This is firearm detection. So what you see there is a little piece of their software. The blue and red dots are zones. The picture on the side is a gentleman carrying a firearm. This software connects into our existing cameras, and it is monitored live 24/7. So the camera detects something that looks like it is a firearm. That goes directly to a live human who says, yep, that's a firearm, dispatches police. Meanwhile, the dots showing up show us the cool, warm, and hot zones, so they can follow on a map where the firearm has traveled. So this would go onto every borough camera, so that's not just this building in the community center. That's cameras that we have in our parks. That's cameras, as I just said, that would be on Fayette. So this would help not only to see what's going on as far as somebody possibly bringing a firearm to an event, but dispatch on its own, track the movements, and keep the general public safe. This is kind of how it works in a little breakdown. Goes through the verification process, and they've actually added on, they're working on adding on more types of weapons. I think now, aside from any type of firearm, they can also do a machete, and they're working on other type of knives. We sat through a demonstration where we had some of our officers come in, and when the gun is in the holster, it is not an issue. The second it left the holster, it triggered the software. So anyone who is carrying and were to remove a weapon, it's immediate. The cool thing that we learned is that speed is what ends up saving lives. So unfortunately, in the bulk of school shootings, they have gone back and looked, and the weapon has been visible by camera for 7 minutes before a shot is fired. So if they had this software, who knows how many lives could have been saved or what could have been prevented. This would go onto all existing cameras and any new camera we were to put into the borough. This would include the software ongoing to keep this active, and there is a one-time setup fee that we are also asking for the money for. This is certified through the Safety Act from the Department of Homeland Security as an anti-terrorism device. So we were very, very impressed by it.
Ray, do you want to add anything to that conversation?
We looked at two different options because of recent events. One of them, Norristown has a system where if the computer system hears a gunshot, then it dispatches the police. To us, that was more reactionary, and because we're a 1 square mile town, we're on top of everything. We asked them to come in. They sent a guy here from Boston, even though they're on Hector Street. They sent a guy in here from Boston to show us a demo. And it works as it's sold. If a gun is shown, an unholstered firearm is shown. I don't want to get into any of the other things that it does, but if it's a firearm and it's unholstered or exposed, it will immediately identify it. It is dispatched immediately to 911 or 911 system, or directly to the police, or both, however it's set up. That would be something that would be for further discussion. But the demo that they had for us, it was 5 seconds before our phones rang with somebody walking in our offices with a firearm. That also covers any of these internal cameras that we have in the building, and all the external cameras. So every camera in the Borough of Conshohocken will have access to this system. And again, it's 24-hour dispatched by them. It's not by us, it's not by Montgomery County. It's by Zero Eyes themselves, who then dispatch to whatever facility we tell them to.
Is it safe, Chief Lennon, is it safe to say that the police department wants this? Or-
It is. I've spoken with the school district who has used it for many years since its inception. They were a pilot program for it. They've seen it improve, and they highly recommend. They highly recommend it, and like Ray said, it is what it's sold as.
And Ray, just as our emergency management coordinator, every decision that has been made to date to bring in infrastructure like this Zero Eyes, it's always been making sure we're a step ahead, correct? And so that
Yeah,
investment is the same.
Again, looking at everything else, this is a non-reactionary system. This is a system that you will see this system explode in the next year. Everybody, because of the current events, a lot of municipalities will have it. Dave talked about Colonial School District is one of the ones that they talk about having it. But colleges have it in our area. A lot of other large-scale event companies have it. And now they've dwindled it down to where a municipality like ours, especially with the amount of events we have, it would be extremely important to have something like this, especially because of where we are in our process in emergency management. This will have a drone, potentially have a drone element to it, which will help in our scenarios. We already have numerous cameras, which many municipalities do not have. This will just be added to it, so we don't have the additional infrastructure cost of putting in cameras. All the cameras that we have are state-of-the-art, and these fit into that system without any additional expense.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah, it's very impressive software. Actually, one of the school shootings that made them commit to making this available to people was a very deadly shooting. The gun ended up being visible on camera for 3.5 minutes, and the school had 180 cameras. But there was just nobody watching the cameras at that time. So it just became obvious that if there could be any way to have a live person made aware immediately if a weapon is brandished in any capacity in front of a camera, it's like a no-brainer. And this is, I think, what we are most excited about as far as our request, because it just seems like the most positive and hopefully life-saving thing that anybody could pursue for their building or borough.
For all our Second Amendment people that are in borough, it has to be brandished. If it's a holstered firearm, it does not come up on the system. We had 2 officers that were there for the demo. One of the officers walked past the camera 3 times with the gun in his holster. It didn't go off the second he drew it. It went off.
Lastly, we did request a garage door for the building that we are currently in. I do believe that this has been tabled for this year, but we still wanted to put it in front of you to sort of explain the thought process behind it. So we've had a few instances actually where someone has entered into the garage when there are either borough personnel or some of our tenants have people into the garage going into their vehicles, and somebody comes in that makes them feel a little unsettled or unsafe. We have since upgraded the garage lighting. We've put mirrors into the garage in places, so there's no hidden spot for someone to hide. But we do feel that ultimately the best way to secure that space would be to put some sort of garage door element. Not only is this for the safety of the people, but the bulk of our emergency management equipment is stored within a closet in that garage. We have some network supplies down in closets in that garage. It's just getting to the point where it feels like, the way the world is going, it's smart to get ahead of things and secure things and be proactive rather than reactionary. So this is something on the wish list.
And how long has this been going on where we've had problems with people in our garage?
I would say the time that I witnessed it myself was earlier this year, and I did speak to Chief Lennon about it, and he said there had been reports previously, I'm not sure the timeline, of similar things happening.
Okay. And as far as the barriers go, how many were you looking for?
The vehicle barricades?
Yes.
26 more would complete our trailer.
How many does the trailer hold then?
Our trailer holds 60 currently.
Oh my gosh. It's because they fold up.
What was that?
Because they fold up?
Yes, they fold up to, I mean, like the size of a large umbrella. It's
Okay.
amazing.
Quick question to go back to the Turing Sky Shield camera. Are there any privacy concerns with that from a collecting biometric data kind of angle or anything like that? Have we said
What was that for?
for the Turing, the Sky Shield? The
Zero eyes?
No,
Or
not
Sky
Zero Eyes. The Sky Shield, not
Doesn't
Zero.
collect anything.
It doesn't collect it. Okay.
Now, this basically is more for if someone is sitting behind the camera for an event and using it,
Okay.
or if an event happens.
Okay.
But it doesn't collect any tag data or anything like that.
Okay.
Or there's currently, and I'm not going to say that in the future there won't be, but there's currently no AI identification sources that we're asking for to be attached to this system. It's basically if someone goes past it and the police want to identify a vehicle that went past an area at 9 o'clock at night, they can go by it. This works really, really well on the bridge, especially for all those people that think that Conshohocken has all the traffic between 4 and 5 o'clock. That will show you very clearly those areas. And it's got a good zoom lens too. You see these all over the place. There are all sorts of attachments, but we're talking about the basic one. That particular model does have that shooting sensor that I talked to you about. That can be attached to that. We're not getting that. There's a few other things that can be attached to it, but this is basically a dual camera setup that is stationary. The left and the right are stationary. The bottom camera is a pan, tilt, and zoom to allow a user to be able to position it anywhere they want.
Okay.
Remember, that's where we're going to put the firehouse.
No.
So
exactly.
we plan on having more events in that area.
Sure.
In the future.
Ray, do you know if we'll be getting any of the cameras that Montgomery County is putting out?
I'm not familiar with the cameras that Montgomery County's putting out. I think everybody's trying to figure out, from my understanding, everybody's trying to figure out where they want to be in this.
Okay.
As far as people's rights and we have a situation in Plymouth Township where it became an issue to have cameras in certain locations. But I'm not aware of what Montgomery County's doing. Are you talking about the traffic light, the LPRs?
Yeah.
So the LPRs were what Dave talked about earlier.
Okay.
So the LPRs, we have numerous in Conshohocken.
Yeah. Thanks.
So we're covered and probably in the near future, somewhat better covered with the LPRs.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for?
Emergency management. Great. Thank you, Shauna.
Thank you.
Next. It's Gunny.
You're right here, this after your PhD is put up there. You leave it here, and then here's your totals.
I can't see that.
Pick it up, it's a mobile phone.
Where's Watson? He was here last year.
You know, I was going to bring them. All right, for the fire department, we'll just do the capital first. The first item is the Whitmer fire gear package, and that is to replace aging equipment. And if PA puts a standard of 10 years on fire equipment and the water rescue equipment, so we have some gear that's coming out of date that's going to need to be replaced. The radios, One's for the drone vehicle. The drone vehicle goes on many calls throughout the year, and it does not have a mobile radio in it. So we're requesting a mobile radio, and the other one is for the current air truck that doesn't have a second radio in the back of the truck. So when the driver's operating the air system, we can't hear what's going on. And I'm going to pass this over to Steve. This is his specialty.
Hummingbirds?
So going back 2 years ago, the Conshohocken Fire Department assisted in a couple searches on the river. And these searches ended up being completely blind searches with drones and by hand searching with the eyesight only. We were very limited in the searches on where we could search due to the weather, the loss of light, daytime operations. Something that we brought back in thinking about how we would apply an effective search for somebody that would possibly go missing, a jumper off the bridge, a person out rowing that would go missing. We would go into that search completely blind, trying to retrace their steps. Something that we think would very benefit to cut that timeline down is this Hummingbird sonar system. The technology has greatly improved over the last couple of years, and it is effectively also a fish finder, but it can be used to search and now present images of people that we could be missing. And what this would do is highlight spots of interest so that when we bring divers in or have boats probing for missing people, we could really cut down and look on the spots that we think are definitely high interest. In the capital budget, we also have training to do 10 rescuers to get trained with the software, so we have redundancy and numbers for operational periods and for staffing availability. So full-time, part-time, and volunteer staff would all be eligible for the training. Next item up for the budget presentation is replacement stabilization gear. The current equipment that we have is 20 years old. The lifespan for that equipment is 20 years old. So the new equipment is just a newer version of what we currently have. It is a greater weight limit for the equipment that we would be exposed to. So the current equipment is only good for 5,000 pounds, most passenger vehicles. We had no capability for anything heavier. The new equipment is up to 20,000 pounds per strut. Also is more diverse in its uses. So we can use this new equipment for structural collapse, trench, excavations, construction sites, and the vehicle rescue as well. So we feel that is a very good and needed improvement for the fire department. You wanna do this one, or?
So the high water, the upgrades and repair, the truck is a 1990, cost the borough, 1980s, cost the borough approximately $20,000. The last time it was in for service, they noticed some mechanical decline on the motor, some metal in the oil shavings in the oil pan. So we had a mechanic look into everything to update it and upgrade it. So that's a whole package. You can see new engine, transmission, steering, tires, and cab updates. That vehicle is, very useful for the fire department, just in our riverfront district.
Is it cheaper than buying a new one?
It's way cheaper. The new
What are
one's
the new
in
ones?
about $300 and some thousand dollars.
How many, do we know, like, when you're rebuilding an engine and transmission, what the estimated time we'll get out of that is? Is there, because, we're paying a third of the cost that would be for a new one to put this in there. Do we have an idea?
I think for our use, it will get us 10, 15 years.
So a new truck, Norristown?
Yeah,
It's about $300,000.
Yeah.
That includes the same engine. It's the
Yep.
same Allison type of engine that these all have. These are all old military vehicles. They last 20 years.
Yeah.
They're all diesel. They last a long time. It's the non-use that really hurts a lot of these from sitting around not being used. A lot of the seals and things like that start to go. That's
Yeah.
kind of what's been happening with this.
It is, oil leaks, transmission leaks, and the transmission was shifting real hard. It's a real low gear that goes into a higher gear, and it's just old. It's just worn out. So, looking into a new vehicle or looking to update it, we feel that updating will get us what we need, many years.
And we purchased this for $20,000. And we got, what, $80,000 in donations from the businesses and everything to upfit it originally. It didn't cost the borough. Even to buy that vehicle now, I just actually looked this morning, it's $65,000 just for the vehicle. And they're 1990s, 95s. That's what you get.
What would be the timeline for the repairs and upgrade?
3 to 4 months. And we would do that obviously after January, when the hurricane season, the rainy season, it will hopefully be back up by the springtime of 2026.
Would it be ready for St. Patrick's Day?
I think we have something else.
I will tell our mechanic.
I'm just asking for those council members that
I think if
for sure will be.
I think if we get on it in January and tell them, put a timeline on it.
Thank you.
I know. Yeah.
There's lots of.
Yeah.
Oh,
Look at that crew. Yeah, line. I'm sorry.
Page 8 of your general fund packet.
Okay, the 210 office supplies and operations, we took over Station 55A, so that's the increase of office stuff there. Fire equipment, adding more career personnel, hopefully for 2026. So that's buying gear, equipment for them. Meeting in attendance and the membership, that's our certifications. So that's why we asked for that to go up, and adding more people. We just needed more money in that.
What are we up to now, number-wise?
Three full-timers and 8 part-timers. Volunteers, we about 15 to 20.
That's great.
Yep, we're doing really well. So.
And just to clarify, your fire civil service regulations will be discussed at your October 1st work session. You'll then adopt those fire civil service regulations, and then you will go through the process of testing and hiring for the new full-time firefighter that is in your 2025 budget. So it'll be in place for 2026. Thank you.
Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
He's good. He'll be here next year, I promise.
We're going to go through Frank in Public Services, and then we will take a break. So we'll end with Frank, take a break, and then you'll be stuck with me and Ray.
I have your pages marked for all your departments.
Appreciate that. Good evening. How's everybody?
You're getting comfortable behind that podium these days.
I never will probably, but it's okay. Okay, so we'll start off on our capital requests. Requesting a new compact wheel loader. The current one we have is from 2003. And we did just have it in for repairs several months ago, and they band-aided it for us, said it might last you 6 weeks, it might last you 6 days. So there's no guarantee on this, so we're looking to replace that machine. Second is a Graco Street machinery. This would replace line painting. We would still keep paint on hand and have a paint machine. But this is a hot melt machine. which the markings would last much longer. They're estimate 2 to 3 years before you have to redo them. This also includes a seat, because the machine that we're requesting is very heavy. So the seat that goes along with it would reduce operator fatigue and injury, pushing that around up the hills that we have and the crowns of the road that we currently are dealing with. And it also includes a grinding machine that would grind old lines out in order for us to put the new hot melt markings down. Also requesting additional crowd control barriers. We are seeing some of our older ones, they're rusting out, they're breaking, and we'd like to add additional ones to be able to run the whole length of Fayette Street for certain events. We do use these for, obviously, the St. Patrick's Day Parade is the number one, and then they're there for if we ever have any demonstrations or any pop-up things that go on. Next would be a surface scrubber. This would be for inside this building, or we could move it around anywhere. Maintain the floors in the high traffic areas throughout the building, especially like the lobby and the emergency operations center, where you see a lot of traffic. We'd be able to run it through, clean the floors, and keep them up, nice and clean. Second item here is the Mystic Washer. It's an outdoor scrubber. You hook it to a pressure washer and you walk it through. We rented one, and we did the parking garage floor. It'd be great for cleaning sidewalks off after events, or if there's any stains or anything we need to take care of outdoor spaces in the parks, the pavilion, patios, and stuff like that. It would clean all that. Next is a scissor lift. This goes up to 33 feet. This will aid in building maintenance for all of our facilities. We'll be able to move it around from facility to facility. We can reach the lights in the gym of the community center. You can reach in the multi-purpose room, which right now, if we have to get one, we have to rent one. And so this would just be something we would have and can always use.
How much, I believe Anita was going to ask, but I'm curious about this as well. How much does it cost to rent it now?
They're roughly, it depends on how long you rent it for. Daily, I think they're like $500-600 a day. And that, it gets cheaper as you go for a week.
And that would be the same thing for, say, paying for the service to have someone use the floor cleaner in the EOC, et cetera, or even to do the power washing. But by buying this, we're going to enable our Public Works Department to keep that in-house?
Yes. Yes. The scissor lift, I mean, it's a great, we've rented it before, and usually at times you have to get it delivered, and that's a $300 charge each way. So, I mean, it will save us money in the long run if we're able to have it.
It also saves them time.
Yes,
So
efficient. I mean,
there's a level of service that is expected. So if there's something that's down and a room can't be utilized, then we've created expectations for our community. Having these in-house eliminates those items from the issues we have to deal with.
And we just rented one in order to paint the front of the Marywood house.
Do you have storage allocated for all this equipment?
we are running out of storage, but
Or is that further down on the list?
We are very creative. We are very creative with how we store things anymore. We do have some storage.
Okay.
The next item is this would be a pickup truck for myself, for the department. Keeping up with our depreciation schedule, the truck I currently drive is a 2018. It would go into the fleet and be used by other people, and this would just be a different vehicle for myself.
And would the logo be added to that price too?
I'm sorry, what's that?
The logo would be added to that price
Yes,
too?
that's all included, yeah.
Okay.
The next item is a cover for the bed of our facilities truck. This will, it's just a cap that goes over the bed of the truck. It protects the equipment when transporting in all weather and will free up space in the cab. Oftentimes you have to ride around, with tools or some things in the cab, and you can never get a second employee in there. So this will save on taking a second vehicle to different locations.
Next item is, it's a Ventrac snow equipment. So we currently have one of these pieces of equipment now, and our backup piece of equipment is more than 20 years old. It's seen better days. With the increase of owned property that we are seeing, I'm recommending that we get another piece of snow equipment. This would handle the sidewalks. We have one now, like I said, it's one of the best pieces of equipment we have. We can put a snow blower on the front, it has a broom, it has snow plow. It makes cleaning the sidewalks very efficient, very quick, very safe. So I couldn't recommend anything more. Next are 2 attachments for our mini excavator. We did purchase this piece of equipment last year. We're looking to get the plate compactor and a hydraulic hammer. That would make this piece of equipment all one thing. You could put all this equipment on one trailer, go to the job site, and we wouldn't need extra manpower to bring the other equipment down on another piece of on a piece of machinery. So it just would make operations more efficient. Next item is skid steer attachments, which is for our skid steer. I'm looking to have the grapple bucket, which can grab logs, larger items, big rocks, basically as a claw. It's good for scraping and moving materials. And then the second one is a tooth bucket, which is great for digging dirt, hard surfaces. It would have been useful to have at Wyman Park, we're currently constructing now, but we did not have that.
And you're saying these are attachments for vehicles that we already have?
Yeah, it's an already existing piece of equipment we have, yes. And every year I like to add new attachments, things like that.
So effectively adding additional uses to the
Yes.
equipment that we've already invested in?
100%.
Thank you.
But also gives you the capability of doing more work in-house.
More work, yes.
Okay.
Next item is stormwater pipelining and vacuuming. We'd like to have the pipelining done at Haynes and Salvati because of the past issues we've been having down there. The pipe looks like it's misplaced, out of line. So this would be relining of the concrete culvert to prevent failure. The current condition is deteriorating, and we're trying to avoid the complete replacement of this pipework. The second one on this page is the vacuum truck service. We'd like to rent a vacuum truck for 5 days to clean inlets and pipes throughout the borough. Many of our current clogs are unreachable with our equipment. We've even brought in the sewer authority to try to help out with their equipment, and we have been very unsuccessful. Some of these inlets are still clogged from the great flood of 2020. They're not completely clogged, but they're more than 50% clogged with just mud and debris. We did have a company come in after that storm, but we just were unable to get everything, and we're finding that there are some inlets and pipes that really need cleaning.
The pipelining for the Haynes and Salvati culvert, that's something we do in-house?
No, this would be an outside contractor.
Outside contractor, okay, so we're basically avoiding complete replacement. Did they say what complete replacement actually could cost?
For that, I think we got a price that's over $500,000.
Okay,
Easily.
and they're how confident that this, and for how long? Did
They came out, we've done this in several other places in the borough in the past, and it's still in place, so it will last. It's, something that,
The sewer authority just did a big liner project for the sewer pipes down along Washington Street, and these seem to be the solution, the cost-effective solution for all of our old terracotta infrastructure.
we have a lot of that, so this is,
Are they shooting the line through and it's expanding, or is it like the?
they'll do, it's usually they pull the concrete through and it'll fill in voids, any things like that, and it's like a system, it just pulls all the material through and it relines the
Yeah,
pipe.
we do ones for homes. That's why I
Yeah.
was asking, because we do liners for homes, not for, in this capacity, but, okay, yeah.
The vacuum trucks, we're going to rent one for 5 days, and you've pinpointed all the places that we need to hit? Or is this, okay.
Yes, we would come up with
Yeah,
a
yeah.
plan. Our stormwater team has a list already that they would like to see
Okay.
prioritized.
And
So
five,
we do rent
but,
that vacuum truck too after we have a flood.
right.
When we have floods, I think the last one we had to get from like New York.
Yeah.
To come in here.
5 days is a good estimate to get to what
Yeah,
we need to
they-
get to.
Yeah, each one, you know, for an 8-hour day, they probably do 10 in a day.
Okay.
Depending upon how bad it is, because
Sure.
you're looking at pipe, could be 100 feet in that you have to unclog, so.
Yeah. Okay.
If your next question is, do we want to buy one? No, we don't.
No, not,
definitely
no,
not
no, I
gonna
just want to
do
make sure you guys have enough time, that we've allotted enough time to get everything done that needs to get done.
Yes.
That's all.
I mean, it wouldn't be something, that we could ask for some more time in the future, but for now, we're going to start with the 5 days. Next item is more mature trees. This would replace trees that we have recently lost due to storms and unsafe conditions that were, I bet you, 75, 100-year-old trees. Unfortunately, they had to go. And we'd like to purchase some mature trees, so we're not always, you know, waiting for them to grow, 10 years for them to grow. This offers great environmental and aesthetic benefits versus just seedlings or saplings.
Where are we putting them?
I'm sorry.
Where are we putting them?
We would pick spots where we lost some good trees. Marywood Park, we lost one, and there's several more that they're going.
Okay.
We're gonna have to start looking at them, so this would be a great time to look at mature trees.
Can you just, what is a mature tree?
It's already 15, 20 feet tall,
Okay.
with a very big root ball.
Thank you.
Sure.
I think we still have more questions about this topic. How many do you think this gets you with your budgeted line?
They're roughly a couple $1,000s. I'm going to say $2,000, $3,000. So we maybe get with $50,000, you know, 25 trees.
Are you planting these in-house, or does a service do this?
We would
contract?
plant them in house.
Also, who is choosing? Are we making sure that we're choosing types of trees that are
Yeah, we-
typically local to this environment, or?
We work closely with our nursery and also, you know, all the EAC, and they recommend a lot of things. The trees, our nursery is great with that, all native trees, things like that. We've just received a lot of native trees for Wyman Park that were being installed today. So it's definitely what we're looking at.
We have a list of approved trees too.
Okay. Okay, good to know.
My next item is carpeting for the administration office. This is just a follow-up to last year's request for carpeting throughout the building. The carpets are original to the building and are due for replacement. So they did get a nice, very nice carpet last time put in, so we're looking to just continue on with other offices and hallway space to get this done.
Call it out. Carpet man, floor man.
I can help you choose, or, yeah.
Okay.
But your own stuff.
That is my final
Except for
capital
colors, I
request.
don't pick colors.
On capital for Frank. Okay, we're going to turn to page 6, the line items.
First line item is 409-220, operating and maintenance for facilities. That increase is just due to the additional properties that we have taken over, one being the Moore property, former Moore property, the firehouse, and also Wyman Park. These facilities are going to require more maintenance, so it's going to cost more money. Next item is, line item is 409-450. I'm sorry, no. Yes, 450. Warranties and service agreements. It's going to be this, it's the same thing. We have more property to take care of. We're looking at warranties and service agreements in place, and they are increasing in costs. Next item, 409-451, custodial services. I'm sounding redundant, but it's the same. It is because of the increased amount of properties we are going to be maintaining.
Okay, we're switching to page 10.
Okay, that is Line up 427367 is dumping fees for sanitation. The fees are rising everywhere, as you know, and this is just to offset those costs.
Then,
Frank, in those costs, is that because we have increased weight, or is it just the increased cost of?
It's a little bit of both.
doing
We have
business?
some increased weight, especially with new developments that are being built, that we are collecting their trash, and the fees
Okay.
are constantly climbing.
Okay.
Frank, real quick, how are you on staffing? I mean, this again goes back to where you were talking about with, when Lauren was here, about recreational, like, it sounds like you have a lot of
Yes.
additional things that are incoming from a staffing end.
Yeah,
Where do you
I
guys sit?
Yeah, that is a future conversation. I'd like to see more employees in our department. We definitely have the workload for it. So as everybody else said, it's definitely a conversation to have in the future, near future.
Did your summer help, actually help
Yes,
get
he
through
was
the
great.
summer?
He was great. He actually worked the Fun Fest, and he worked yesterday. He was off school. So we are going to keep him through that routine. It's a great help. He is a big help. I'd like to see summer help, more of them next summer, if we can get any.
How do you go about recruiting that? I actually used to do that when I was a summer helper.
This is the first year we've done it, and I couldn't tell you how many years.
A long time.
We usually don't have summer help. This was the first year, and it worked out great. Just the one, but I'd like to see, like we used to have. I started as summer help, and there was 6 or 8 of us at the time.
There were 3 or 4 of us that did it
Yeah.
in Bethlehem Township,
Yeah.
but we paved
So,
the roads and everything. So
there's
it was
definitely-
it was actually a great summer.
It does.
job.
It gives
Yeah.
great experience for a lot of the tech school kids. You know, they're looking at trades and things like that, want to come, and they get experience, and it's a great way to get it.
Yeah.
the budget has 3 seasonal public works employees included for 2026,
Okay.
So
per Frank's request.
to piggyback, right, what we're talking about adding future staff, I'm also thinking about training, right? You're adding a lot of equipment.
Yep.
Is there increase in training?
We do a lot of training in-house. We have guys that are very experienced.
Okay.
We do send them out. I mean, don't get me wrong. If there is a class that we can find, a lot of if you're going through like Caterpillar Company or something like that, a lot of that stuff, they gear towards all their equipment. We don't really need guys to run big giant bulldozers and stuff
So
like
you're
that.
confident with all of the equipment you're requesting
Mhm.
that you have enough in-house training?
Yeah,
set up for it?
we always get a good training from the sales reps that bring the stuff, equipment in. They train us on it. Some are there for 8 hours, or it's something simple that, we don't need as much training.
The training is cheaper than workers' comp.
Oh, absolutely.
Right, so-
Yes. And we haven't had any of those cases, so.
And then also a lot of the seasonal help when I was doing it would move from being seasonal to actually being the employee.
Yeah.
So you're actually building a bench
Yes.
essentially if you can get more seasonal help in. So 3 is a great starting point, but that's how that is in on the job training essentially.
And then working off of that, is part of the training maintaining like maintenance of all of
Yeah,
these
we have-
items?
there's-
Because that, like there's a lot of mechanical things that you guys already have and now you're adding more.
Yeah,
That's fine. I want to make sure there's enough
before the
guys to
use
cover
of
all that.
equipment, they inspect it to make sure all the hoses are okay and all the safety stuff. And usually after they're done, maybe at the end of the week, they get greased and they get cleaned and,
Okay.
make sure they're properly ready to go for the next time.
Not to get off topic from Frank, but every department director has made strategic plans in terms of personnel that they're going to need over the next few years. So they're not presenting it tonight to you because it's not part of this budget. They have, I'm going to go over that in a little bit, they have full-time employee positions that are either just being filled that were approved in this year's budget or will be filled at the start of 2026. And then they'll be back in front of you to request their additional needs that they're currently evaluating.
That's okay. Page 11. That is line item 432000. That's snow and ice removal. For this increase, again, you're going to hear this a couple more times from me. It is the increased cost of items, salt, things like that. We're trying to store more salt. Will also, some of our snow equipment needs to be updated and upgraded. So that's the increased cost there. Next one is 433246 is one-call program costs. We currently use an outside firm to mark our one-calls, which is very efficient for us because otherwise, if you know, with all the construction that's going on around here, you have to respond quick and you have to respond right. So we currently use an outside firm, which is USIC. You probably see them around a lot. The program costs are increasing. Next is 446255 on stormwater management. This is for vehicle repair and maintenance. This is just to keep that vehicle that was purchased for stormwater management maintained. It has to have a inspection of the crane that's on it once a year. And this is also just the increased cost of maintaining the vehicle.
And the entirety of 446 budget is specific to stormwater management. And this is really our second year evaluating at the end of 2025 the process of stormwater management from an operations perspective. So you'll see numbers become more accurate once we hit that 3-year marker in terms of data.
And as a reminder, the sewer authority, who has the responsibility of the stormwater as a utility, leases the borough to take care of the stormwater. So these are the expenses as that associated to that lease agreement with the sewer authority.
Yes, the sewer authority, we are the operators. We are basically a consultant to the sewer authority. They hire us to maintain and operate the stormwater system in the Borough of Conshohocken. Sorry, Frank.
That's okay. The next item is 446321. It's also under stormwater teledata. This is just the cost of, we had to purchase several tablets for the use of the stormwater crew to be out in the field, to be able to use the GIS system that was in place. And there are several, they have, they need internet access out in the field to record their findings in each inlet that they're going in. So this is just an increased cost for that. 446364 is also stormwater. This is our share of the sewer costs for the stormwater.
All of our facilities, just like every property in the Borough of Conshohocken, is billed a stormwater management fee. This is our portion. This is what we owe on an annual basis. So while we receive revenue in from the sewer authority from the stormwater management fee because we are the operators, we still have to pay the same fees that are assigned to each property in the Borough of Conshohocken.
Next item is on page 13. 452374 is equipment repair in the recreation facilities. This is just the increased costs of things to be maintained inside community center and other recreation facilities. Like anything else, as I keep saying, the costs are increasing and some of the buildings are in need of bigger repairs than others.
And Frank is being generous when he's saying that the community center has increased costs. So the community center is a constant issue when it comes to needing repairs. It is heavily utilized. It is, I would say, overly programmed for the size that it is. It is old. There are a lot of things that were retrofitted in that building in terms of the way it was brought together. And Frank and his team do a wonderful job trying to piecemeal fixes to keep that building up and operating because it is in such high demand. So yes, there is an increase in there, but as we saw this year, we have come in front of you and asked for supplemental appropriations to things that are outside of our control, that break mid-year, that have to be fixed. So we do account for that in our contingency line item as well, which is 480. But some things we do pool as a supplemental appropriation because we have to bring it to your attention that, there's no air conditioning in the fitness center, or there's a piece of mechanical equipment that's broken 3 times. So, yes, Frank is being generous in saying that the costs are increasing.
Trying to be nice.
Yeah, trying to be nice.
Next item is 454373. This is in parks, repair and maintenance of buildings in the parks. Same increases apply there. It's, some of the buildings in the parks are older and they need a lot of maintenance. So it's increased costs for labor and increased costs for materials especially is the reason for the increase. Next item is 454374, again in the parks, repair and maintenance of equipment. Our park equipment, the playground equipment I'll be specific to, is aging. I mean, it's not in bad shape at all, but there is times where we need to replace pieces of equipment. We're seeing a lot of loose nuts and bolts and things like that, and we have to constantly order new hardware to keep this stuff up to date and up to par so it is safe to use. And that is the increased cost there. And along with the acquisition of Wyman and Moore property, they are other, properties that we are going to need to take care of. That's all I have.
Okay, so we've been going for a little over 2 hours. So everyone need a break?
Yes, please.
I did want to ask one question before we break, because we've been sitting in these meetings for a couple of years now, and one of the initiatives that we had for Public Works, even going back before my time, was to start bringing more things in-house and giving the employees a variety in terms of what they're able to do, as opposed to it just being like trash 2 times a week, that sort of thing. Have you seen the employees respond to this variety, or the workload now in a positive way, or what they're able to do day to day?
Yeah, I have. I mean, we're juggling constantly because of, we do still have to do everything. Mondays, Tuesdays is trash and recycle. That is a priority. That's what has to be done. So for Mondays and Tuesdays, there's not much else that routine maintenance things that we can do, because most of our employees are dedicated to just doing that. But throughout the rest of the week, it's we've been taking on a lot. We take on a lot. The whole landscaping that's being done at Wyman Park is one of the biggest. There's over 100 plantings, 200 plantings down that are going in, and it was a big task to take. I mean, we just brought in over 700 tons of dirt, topsoil for that property, and we are still bringing it in. So yeah, we're doing a lot of things we did not used to do, and we're always keeping up with our routine maintenance, line painting. We still have inlets to clean, we still have grass to cut, and parks, trees to trim, and so we make it work. We're doing everything and more.
Thank you.
You've been there how long?
27 years.
In the last 10 years, have you had an increase in employees?
Oh, yes. When I started full-time here, there was 13. It hovered between 13 and 14 employees. There are now 18, including myself as 19.
And equipment-wise, was equipment supplemented to?
I can go on for days about what we used to have and what we have now. We are worlds away from what we used to have. I talk to other municipalities, employees, and they kid around with me all the time. They say, we used to be the Plymouth Township, especially, I will call them out anyway. They used to be the ones that we looked up to. They had all the brand new equipment, all the nice stuff. They don't have that anymore. It's not the same for them. They're looking at us like, you guys are always getting something new, always a new truck driving down the street. There's always, and I said, well, we're the increased amount of work that we're doing that we need this equipment. They're kind of going the other direction. where they're saying they're kind of at a standstill, but whatever, anyway. But yes, we are a lot different than we used to be. When I started, there was 2 salt trucks. We now have 6. So it's a big difference, and I appreciate, all of your understanding with saying that, we do need this equipment.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Have a good night.
All right, we'll take a 5-minute break and then reconvene.
Are we ready to get started?
Short and sweet and to the point.
I will try. I'm actually going to work through the line items first, and then I'll hit the last of the capital items that need your consideration. So I will have you start on page 4 of 26 in your packets. Everything in orange is related to insurances. So I already discussed how we do not have our renewals from Divot yet for property liability, workers' comp, or health. So those numbers are estimates. So everything in orange on each of the budgets will get finalized once the renewals are back from Divot. 401-331, vehicle expense and reimbursement, that is an increase, ticket items, and therefore we're increasing this incrementally over the next couple years so that we can evaluate where the correct threshold is. I will have you turn to page 6. You're looking at 408-314, planning and architectural fees. So we will be starting the process of looking for a new comprehensive plan consultant starting in the 2026 year. And therefore you have monies budgeted. So when we go through that RFP process and if and when appointed, because you are coming up on that 10-year threshold with your comp plan, that you'll hire and retain a consultant to develop your next 10-year comprehensive plan. So there are monies allocated for that purpose. 408-319 is collaterals and communications. There is a significant increase of $96,000 in this line item that is specific to NEF. So NEF was here in September to do a update on year 1 of their contract, and they presented on how the scope of their services would expand in year 2. The total amount of their contract would be $171,000 roughly. So that full amount is budgeted in 408-319. I will pause. Any questions, concerns, issues with NEF continuing in year 2, understanding that they presented to Borough Council that they would be providing data that would allocate a return on investment that they would provide year end?
I think as long as we define what the objectives are.
Okay.
By being very clear about what we're expecting in return for this, if we're hiring somebody for $170,000, I would expect that there's some measuring stick for success or failure. They provided some of that background in the PR and even gave us a multiple that we should expect from return on the capital that we invest. If it's 170 at 5x at the bare minimum, I don't think that's an unreasonable expectation to ask for an employee who's coming in to ask for $170,000. If there's any other measuring sticks that anybody I would say the engagement rate too, when it was at 6%, maintaining at or above 5% is reasonable. If we're setting, there's no return on ad spend necessarily, but there can be a return on our objectives. And for me, I think what I saw was that we can drive more people externally into the borough through this. But I do think it's very important to have a very accurate measurement of what we're looking for here.
I'm going to follow up on that a little bit. I looked at their numbers, and you can make your numbers look as good as you want them to. And while there was an increase in engagement, I don't think it was enough for me to be like, it's worth doubling your budget. When we had a video that Paul did that got over, correct me if I'm wrong, 5,000 hits. Did I read that correctly on Facebook? Like, the video that they did down at the bike trail had that many hits, and I don't know if Neff has had any posts that have hit quite that significantly. And is it better to reallocate that money into the communications department and bring some of this in-house?
So Steph has been pretty clear that the role of our communications team is not to do marketing. It's to push out very general information. And we're looking to do something much more detailed, engaging, broad, something that residents can understand in a way that our communications previously, I don't think, could be understood by most residents.
I mean, go ahead, Tina. Go ahead, no, go ahead.
I was going to say, I think in year one, we were finding our way with them. You know, we were doing internal things. We were trying to talk about who we are, what our philosophy is. I think as we got involved with them and we started seeing what the opportunities are from the perspective of selling our community, and when you think of who are the people we're serving our residents, but we're also serving the businesses that work here, that keep us going, and to be able to bring people in to support them. That is one of our, I would say, core values, is to continue supporting our businesses as well as our residents, and that would be my feeling upon that as we, get smarter and think about how. Do I think in the future that you need this? Maybe, maybe not. I think you have to morph with what's happening with the community. That's my feeling. Ralph, I think you were going to say something else.
Well, I was just going to say, I think the way Conshohocken is moving as a borough is towards restaurants, dining, it's Sultan's, all these places that come in, they're like nice, high-end places, and we need to be able to, whether we want to admit it or not, we're in competition for people to be driving them into our area versus the areas around us, right? And for me, the residents obviously can benefit from this, from a revenue end, and being able to have a thriving business community, restaurant community. I think it's just, I think as long as we set the metrics for success being very specific to what we want and hold them accountable for it, one way or the other. And again, to your point, we may not need this over 10 years, but to bring more people in and get more eyeballs on our events, if they can provide that, actually show us a return on that capital, or a return on our objectives. Again, not necessarily capital being one thing, but if our objective is to drive more people into this area and support our small businesses, increase the vibrancy of the community, there's a potential for some positives here. But again, I want to stress the metrics for me are super important to be measured.
So if the agreement with NEF is that we are allocating resources for year 2 to keep them, retain them as a consultant, conditioned upon specific objectives, return on investments, and metrics that are met, does that satisfy what you're looking for?
So, everything that you're saying, Ralph, I agree with, right? We have to keep it in the concept of it is hard to measure, right? There are tangibles and there's intangible things, qualitative and quantitative. I would say keep it in mind that we're really tasking our borough management team with keeping this consultant on track. I trust the team that Stephanie's put together, right? I think Sean is involved, Paul's involved, and the whole list, that they're doing their job to make sure that the employee, the consultant that we've hired is staying on track. So, though I do understand, right, it would be great if we could do we put in this much and we got that much out of it, right? That is a hard thing. It is a hard thing to measure.
He showed that. That's not hard. He showed that because
but there's a lot of other things. So even what you were saying about driving traffic to our local restaurants, there's even a step further than that, right? So we're this community, the business area community that has started to grow here in Conshohocken, it's become a place where the new small business wants to start up. They look at this they see the restaurant, they see the other small businesses, and it becomes an attractive place to start up, right? They see the power of the administration and what they do, not only helping small businesses, whether it's permitting and things like that through the legal phases, but also showing that we have some sort of marketing that can help you on your pathway to get noticed, to get started, right? So all of that goes together, that drives traffic, that drives tax revenue. So-
Sure, yeah, I was just asking for what he showed us.
Yeah.
And what he showed us was PR value. And he
Yeah.
he said they believe they could do a 5 to 10x multiple. So I think asking for 5x on the low end is actually super reasonable from our end. If he's saying 5 to 10x is what his expectation would be.
I 100% agree with
Yeah.
you. I'm even taking a step further, that I think there's qualitative things that are going to come from this, or already are coming from this, that can't be measured as easily. But yeah, what they can measure, they're the professionals. That's one of the reasons why we chose them. They showed that in the beginning during the presentation period about, we have these measurement tools, and I don't remember what they're all called, but right, we all saw here, and they had a lot of them. So I absolutely agree with you.
From our perspective, I think when we talk to them, I think nothing you're saying is going to be an issue.
No.
Our people are going to benefit, Shauna and Paul will benefit from the fact that they're dealing with professionals like Neff. In this light,
Yes.
they are going to be more on the PR side than the marketing side. So public relations is something, we didn't understand the language. I think that's what it came down to, is the language wasn't made clear. We weren't clear on the language. Over this last year, they made it very clear what that language is. The difference between a marketing and a PR perspective. And they're going to go more towards a PR perspective. That's what they presented to y'all that night. And nothing that you're saying they should have any issue with. They were very clear that they could show numbers. I understand that numbers, you can like them or not, you can say that they're generated or not generated. But at some point, you really have to give the people who are the professionals in this the benefit of the doubt. And I think if we bring anybody else in, they're going to give us the same type of numbers based on that's the way they do things. Now we know if in the future we're going to a different company, we would be able to have a discussion on the differences between a marketing company and a PR company and what they can provide for us. I think you're going to be very surprised on what they're going to be able to do in the next year if you choose to bring them in. I think we have to give them some credit for what happened over the weekend.
Yes.
And the ability of them to reach out to different places and to market the Borough of Conshohocken. And even recently, if you look at some of their posts, they have people on their posts that I've never had a discussion with until recently. The Blackfish. He sat in our office for 2.5 hours. He hasn't been here for 10 years. And he had a discussion, and him and the people from Neff were on a first name basis. So those are the things that you're going to see, and the businesses that are in discussion to come into the Borough of Conshohocken will be very impressed with that, I think.
It's impactful for us when we're getting contacted by a small business owner, retail, who is over the moon that their product is being highlighted in a way that they've never even been able to do on their own. And so when I have a small business owner who finds me on the street and says, this sweatshirt completely sold out, I have to order more. Okay, I mean that's significant to that individual, and we played a part in that. We weren't able to do that before. So the administrative recommendation is that for the fiscal year of 2026, you budget the dollars, especially because they are available, and it is a service that we are offering to our residents, constituents, business owners, restaurant owners, etc.
Questions, comments, concerns from council?
Okay, we will keep flipping then. We might almost be done. The last line item is on page 13. It is 480126. It is compensating and operating adjustments. So we have discussed a lot tonight about internal growth. And this number has increased because it is preparing for potential internal professional growth within our current staff over the course of next year, should those opportunities be applicable. So if there are specific employees who deserve recognition, promotion, et cetera, that line item is there to be able to provide that if that opportunity presents itself.
So I'll ask you the same question we've been asking all night. Staffing, where do you feel like you sit right now from a staffing end? What is?
Yes, so the budget this evening for 2026, there are no new full-time employee positions that are included. So I'm not asking for an additional full-time body. I'm not asking for, what I am asking for are dollars to be able to allocate to certain staff members as they continue to grow within our professional organization, which will then set up the future addition of other employees. So we're constantly looking, Ray and I spend a lot of time evaluating each of our departments, and the employees that make up those departments and future needs. So you'll hear a lot of us talking about community affairs and what that means to the borough. And as we grow and expectations increase, how that department will play a role in that. NEF plays a role in that. So there is a strategic vision internally in terms of personnel. But for 2026, I'm not asking for any new full-time bodies. We are going to fill current positions that are funded. So parking enforcement, fire full-time, fire part-time, which we are increasing to a higher hourly rate to retain and or attract new part-time fire employees. I mentioned earlier that we are including 3 new seasonal public works, public services employees. The recreation coordinator position was just filled. You can see the relief on Lauren's face while she's presenting to you. And then Dave will be going through the promotional testing portion to fill the lieutenant position, which then fills a sergeant position, which then fills a officer position. So a lot of turnover, and then we want the ability to be able to evaluate and determine whether or not there's other structural moves that need to be made internally to set up for any new full-time employees that we may be in front of you requesting. Like specific, a generation of a new department, or the hiring of a new mechanic, or the list goes on and on. New officers, as Dave presented. So that is the request for those dollars this year. And then we will be back in front of you in subsequent years asking for new employees once that structure is in place.
One of the things you said about public works is bringing on people, training them and having them. Well, that is a great idea, and we've tried it in the past. We've actually hired people, send them to get their physicals, and they've never shown up for work. So we're in a different atmosphere now, but we have people internally, like, for instance, if we have someone that can supplement our mechanic, because that's going to be a more technical field as we go into the electric cars and everything else. So if we want to supplement that person, we want to have the ability to go ahead and do that. Look at our internal people first. I think in the past there's been the municipality here has a reputation of when they see a situation, they just throw bodies at it. But we've done both. We've hired employees, we've purchased equipment, we've had people trained to fill those positions, and then if necessary, we would add to that. Just hiring people because you think we need them, and that happens, the little department heads are all going to think that they need more people.
They're all
We
charged
want a
with this- yeah.
justification for it.
They're all charged with assessing their own areas of operation. We charge ourselves on a daily basis with evaluating the entire organizational structure. We have 70 full-time employees. We have 38 part-time employees. We are blessed with some great people. We have strong, professional, capable team members who have really bought into what Conshohocken is and what Conshohocken is going to be. And we're making concerted efforts to make sure that we are retaining those individuals. We have the ability to retain them if we need to, and that we will then present to you organizational enhancements that we're going to need in order to keep up the level of quality service that has become accustomed and expected. We always say we're like we suffer because of the expectations that we've kind of set. It's, there's a turnaround time for a response. There's an expectation that a problem is solved immediately, and we're happy to do that. There's an expectation that there's a plethora of programs that are offered and run, and that the grass is cut to just the right level, and that, the chief of police is on site when there's an issue with a sidewalk. Like it is, there's, or, a business needs a meeting and, Shauna has to run down there. So there's just across the board, there's like a level of, Tim's out at 3 o'clock in the morning every morning, and they're happy to do it, and they've really dedicated themselves to it. And so we are filling our current organizational structure so that it's whole, and then we will value what we need in the future. And that's like a long-winded answer but it really is important to us and what we do on a regular basis.
Steph, I think what you're pointing out is we're not a Monday through Friday, 8 to 4:30 organization. We're a 24/7, and what you guys have done is fostered a culture where everyone who works here understands that we are 24/7, and they've bought into that. And I think that is kudos to the leadership for being able to set that stage, and kudos to all of us for being able to provide the tools for them to not be upset that that is the expectation here. So,
They're never upset, ever.
I think this time next year, she's going to be reminding us of this conversation.
Listen, this is recorded.
I think Ralph and I have had these conversations, right? Finding good people, spending the money, whether it's through training, through salaries, to keep good people, right? You're doing a great job of that so far, but, right, we want to keep talking about doing that in the future. That's how things work well.
Yeah, you heard from them tonight. You know that, Frank's looking at just straight off the bat, a mechanic. Dave's looking at 2 new full-time officers and evaluating his overtime. We are looking at the structure and are going to move some things around so that it fits the growing nature of Conshohocken. We have the people to do it. It's giving them the tools and putting them in the right place, and then giving them the support and infrastructure they need in order to be able to succeed at that. So yes, Tina, it is a 24/7 operation. We have individuals who have bought into the product that we are selling, and they are happy to provide the service. They're not always happy with me, but they're happy to provide the service.
The fire department's going to be something that
Yeah.
the structure of the fire department. Police department has a structure, it's usually built into the police department, period. But the fire departments, they're all over the place. So we have a good foundation, but yes, that's something that, if you want a specific, that's a specific. What fire department is one of the ones that over this next year, the hierarchy of the fire department going forward is going to get looked at.
Okay, just some other things to point out. So that 5.26% increase in your general fund
operating expenditures. So that includes overtime for every department. So overtime is being tracked in every department to reflect accurate expenditures, the cost of our normal business versus the cost of these quality of life experiences, special events, etc. So we're going to do a little calculation to determine, break down as best as we can as to what costs are allocated to what purpose. I mentioned the comprehensive plan consultant, the stormwater budget, Frank went over. Again, that's year 2, so those numbers are going to continue to evaluate as we evaluate it. You have an increase in your recreation program costs. Your revenues are high. She is working through that reporting to give you an idea of the participation levels. You have a new police collective bargaining agreement into this budget. You have the addition of seasonal employees. You have an increased hourly rate for part-time fire employees. You have a police lieutenant and promotional testing. The NEF scope just got authorized, so that's built in there. Increase in solicitor costs, and then staff salary increases for the future, which we just talked about. So those are the main highlights of your general fund expenditures that make up that 5.26%. Make sure I didn't miss anything. I will just point out that you'll see that the 2-Tower Bridge parking fee has been removed from your parking budget because the UDAG loan was repaid.
Oh, sorry. Wow, you came down from nowhere. But the 2-Tower Bridge parking fee has been removed because that loan has been repaid. The commercial building inspector, so we do have a commercial building inspector who has completed certifications that are master certification. It is very unique. It's one of a kind. He's a great mat trainer. But because he has those certifications, we no longer need a third-party consultant. So you'll see those costs coming out. From the revenue side, you'll see an increase in EIT and real estate taxes. And we did do Kristen Davis, who is fantastic at what she does, did a recalculation of all of our licensing and inspection fees. So we have more accurate numbers based off of our fee schedule. And Kristen kind of took that project and ran with it. So I just want to give her a little shout out too, because she has, again, another example of someone who has really grown into our whole organizational structure and has grown professionally. Any questions on the general fund revenues or expenditures? Okay, well then we are done with this packet. And we're going to go over the last remaining items of our proposed capital budget. So we have it up on the screen. Wait till my computer comes up. All right. So I will start with the Public Safety Services Facility. That is our new firehouse. We are in the process where we have appointed Alloy 5 to be our architect consultant. Ray and his team are running point on that project. They are in the midst of schematic design, budget design, etc. So you'll see that the architectural services are that $500,000. That is a necessity for 2026. We also have the site design of the Public Safety Services Facility. That is your engineering and your land development portion. So that'll be handled by Gilmore. So that's that $243,950. And then this last portion related to the Public Safety Services Facility is the actual financing. I'm adding this number in here so that you can see it. It's roughly $210,000 based off of the RFP and the appointment of Obermeyer, PFM, and RBC. That $210,000 ultimately will come off of will be incorporated into whatever debt you end up financing for the project itself, but it is a real cost. So I just wanted I wanted to break that out for you so that you could see it. We do have a culvert at 7th, which is a project that will tie into the culvert that Ty Borkowski is building that's near the Howe Pump site. It's on there because, again, we're making sure that you are aware that at some point in the near future, near future, you will have to expend roughly $815,000 for that project. We are going to charge our engineer with attempting to see if we can get grant dollars that are specific to that culvert project. So for 2026, we're putting that funding on hold, predicated on that we are going to attempt to get grant money to supplement some of the $815,000. The next item is the 2nd Avenue Veterans Memorial Plaza project, and that is $2,250,000. Karen McNair was here with her associate, Chris Green, at the September work session, and she presented the project, the scope of the project, the design of the project, and the project budget. The project is set to go out to bid in the November timeframe, and the bids will be evaluated and then appointed in late 2025, early 2026, and then construction will start in 2026. I do want to just point out that we have gotten some inquiries specific to memorials that are on the site or statutes that are on the site. So the family statue, yes, is included on that rendering. You can see it. There were other memorials that were at that site that were removed. They were removed in a respectful and professional manner. They're in storage and they are safe. They will be repurposed in the borough once we know what the final look and feel of that area is. But I do want to point out that the Borough of Conshohocken is very cognizant of the sacrifice that veterans nationwide, but also veterans specific to Conshohocken Borough, have made, not only for the constituents of Conshohocken, but for all of Americans. And so this borough has decided that they are going to allocate $2,250,000 to actually create a Veterans Memorial Plaza. That is in addition to the upgrades that council authorized to the VFW Memorial. And so we're 1 square mile borough that is going to have a significant statement in our support of our veterans. And so I think that, Karen McNair can stand up and provide the technicalities of the project and all of the logistics that are going to have to go into making that project come to fruition. There was vision involved in the generation of this project. It's something we're proud of. It's something that we're excited to bring to the borough. We believe that it fits within the comprehensive plan, the Main Street overlay, all of these items that are all coming together and aligning. It's a significant investment. It was delayed slightly because we did attempt to get a $1 million grant to support and supplement the cost, but we were not a recipient of that grant, so we are moving forward. I am asking council tonight to authorize that $2,250,000 and follow the schedule that Karen McNair and her associate laid out. So any questions on that specific project? We discussed it last year. We discussed it again this year. The plans are ready. We're ready to go to bed. I do need the green light, though, on that one, if that's something that you are ready to do.
So I want to add on to what you were saying about having this much space dedicated for a memorial to veterans, right? Not only are we dedicating this much space, but we're putting it in the premier location in the center of town for everyone, right? You can't get in or out of Conshohocken without seeing it and knowing that it's there. So I know we have others in other places, but we're not just building them, we're putting them in prominent places so we can remember.
So I think kind of going off of the response we got from that email, there's concern that it's the stage that's prominent and not the memorial. I think what I want to point out is the reason why the memorial actually needed to come down was that is a 4-lane highway that has vibration and degradation of what was there. So in essence, what we're doing is we're actually putting it in a space that will preserve it in the future and won't have those types of elemental issues that will break things down. I think the stuff that we have in storage goes along with the idea of our historical society and having our items that are our history preserved so that we can display them at the right place at the right time. So I think that we've got a good plan in place. Do we know where the eventual landing of all these things are? No, but we've got lots of pocket parks. We've got lots of areas that we can prominently continue to celebrate our history and those that basically gave their lives from this area to be able to celebrate. So I'm very proud of the way that we're managing that. I obviously have someone that isn't happy with that, but from my perspective, we all are allowed our feelings, and I welcome anyone else's comments related to that.
If I could, criticism is good, right? We have ideas in our brains and what we want to do, but hearing someone else's thoughts, right? Encourage people to speak up, let us know something that we don't know or don't realize. So, yeah.
And I think having the statue at the top makes it that much more safe for when we do celebrate them. And maybe more people will come out because of that safety.
Right, when was that statue, I'm sorry, the Statue of the Family, when was that put there? Was that in the 90s? The Statue of the Family? Because I saw the video on it and how it was made, and Congressman John Fox was in the video, so it was during his era.
Yeah, I think it was put there with the coordination of West Conshohocken.
Right.
But it was put there as the monument that this person is referring to is
Right.
not that.
He's
It's
talking
the one
about-
that was at the top on
Right.
Forest Avenue, or Forest,
The top of
with which really nobody hardly even knew it was there. But we, the monument, the one that we did get a lot of input from is the family monument. Everybody talked about, and that was the one that was in, the side was falling off of the bottom of the statue. It was in deteriorated condition, and that's the one that we had removed early on. The other one, it was removed later. This is not the first rodeo with this kind of stuff. We've had this. We've had monuments that we had at Borough Hall and during COVID and during the George Floyd situation where people wanted them removed and people were taking pictures of them and telling us that we need. It's just one of those things that we have to go through. I mean, it's very, very simple. The idea is we took a lot of time and effort in order to make sure that that thing was removed correctly and placed in an area that we could put it back later, and that's what the intention is. But it's a big area, and we didn't want to lock into one specific area for this. We'll find somewhere to put it in a prominent position. Don't forget Fifth Avenue, right across from the VFW, is another monument owned by the Borough of Conshohocken. We will find somewhere to put it, and it'll be put in a prominent position like it should be. And I don't know who this person is. I know that somebody posted my phone number on social media to call me, and so I've been waiting for the phone call and haven't gotten it yet. So.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, just to finish, you've mentioned this before. Can you talk about the process and who took it down, right? I think you had said before the operations team that took it down, the reverence they had, and I believe some of them were veterans.
Sure, so the borough crew initially didn't want to take it down, so we looked to try to find somebody else that would for us, and they did not want to. So the borough crew designed a framing mechanism in order to frame it so they could tilt it because of the weight and take it to where it's being stored right now. And yes, Jack Cole was one of the people who came over and talked to those guys about it. And, you know, a lot of those, there's not a situation that occurs in this country where one of the guys from Public Works isn't going to leave their house and put the flag at half-mast. They're just those type of people. And to make an accusation, any kind of accusation that his borough especially, if you drive around his borough, you have flags of veterans on our poles, you have a monument, you have a VFW post, and you have two monuments and a VFW post. That's more than I can't think of any 1 square mile that would have anything like that.
And I'm not worried as much about one person, but I just want to be able to communicate to our community that these are the steps that are being taken. This is the seriousness of it, the reverence for it, the caring that's being done. And it's nice, and when we do it, when someone asks, we can say, yeah, of course, here's what we did, not, oh, no, we didn't. So
No,
that's just what I want to
there
point
was a
out.
lot of time and effort, and the budgetary part of it was a big portion of it. But ultimately, the area was deteriorated because of lack of maintenance for years. And because of that, there was one of two choices: to remove it completely and not have anything there, or to remove it carefully, replace it with a park. And that's what y'all chose to do. And it's a memorial park. It's not a park, it's a memorial park, a veterans memorial park. That is about as prominent as we can be. And yeah, this is not the municipality to really have that kind of a conversation with, because it doesn't match anything. I've grown up here my whole life. It doesn't match anything that this municipality stands for.
So
Okay.
Stephanie, you need the nod that will stay in, is what you're saying?
Well, yes, I mean, I'm going to package this all together for you, but there are certain items that we do need to move on this year in order for the project to come to fruition in a timely manner in 2026. This is one of them, because as Karen presented, it's going to get bid in 2025.
I just have a question, and this is more related to cost of projects. We're talking about Second Avenue, Memorial Plaza. We're talking about fires, the public safety facility.
Yes.
We referenced the community center in the future. Obviously, you know, we're budgeting this amount. We have qualifiers in place for who can bid on this. Is there enough competition in this bracket right now with the qualifiers that we put forth to make sure that we're getting the best value when we're putting these out for bid?
No.
Yeah, no.
I'll say what she doesn't want to
Yeah.
say. No, there isn't. This is part of the life we live now, and when we deal with contractors and construction and all, yeah, we don't know. We have a system that we have in place that we have to abide by, and that's the system that is going to be abided by in this particular scenario. And
But I cannot promise that that number is going to be the number that comes back, because no,
Based on
that's not
our
make sense.
policies that we currently have in existence.
It has to happen a certain way.
It has to happen a certain way.
Correct.
which will, for a $2.25 million project, is one thing. The facility, public safety facility, is a whole nother.
Well, that's why I'm bringing it up, because we mentioned all these things in-house and how we have all these expertise of different people, and we seem highly competent. I'm just wondering, moving forward, if we look at what we're doing from a competition end for these large projects to really, you know, obviously all of this is a lot of money. We're talking about financing, we're talking about all this. It's probably a discussion at some point worth having.
I think that's a discussion we have to rope Mike Peters into
Okay.
as well, because
Fair enough.
there's going to be a legal capacity to that conversation that requires ordinances,
Fair enough.
either amendments, new versions, or revisions.
And we have a public works facility you were laughing about earlier, whether we're going to be able to store things. But yeah, we've outgrown it. It's a garage. It's a garage that nearly burned down in 1945. The roof still has the burn marks on some of them.
We're just talking about very huge projects, so. I'm just-
Every one of those
Yes.
projects comes
Yeah.
with it is
there's a-
well over any of the thresholds that we're talking.
Yes. All right, I'm going to keep going. The DEP is going to release its next round of required projects, I'll just put it that way. So you just completed your BMP at Sutcliffe Park. That was a multi-million-dollar project that, again, was required by the DEP. So there'll be a next round of permit that will come out. They have not released the stipulations yet, so we are putting in a contingency in case there needs to be action taken in fiscal year 2026. We always add in an engineering contingency of around that $50,000 threshold for any unforeseen items that may come up with any of these projects. So that number is kind of a placeholder from a capital perspective. Tyler Williams has submitted a DCED MTF grant for the Hollowell for a new road project on Hollowell. The total project estimated cost is $733,000. That would be a reconstruction from 7th to 11th. That will, supplement what has already been done on Hollowell to date. But we are waiting to hear whether or not we are the recipient of that grant. So that project will go if we receive the MTF grant like we did this year for the Harry Street Road program. And if that is the case, then the matching dollars are provided in your budget. Likewise, we have also submitted for an Arley grant for a 2nd Avenue pedestrian crossing at 2nd Avenue. So that would be a mast arm. We did submit this grant this year and we were not the recipient. So we have reapplied for the Arley grant for the same location. And again, that is a $100,000 match. And then the match for the Fayette Street Road Diet program is included in your capital budget. We have 3 grant applications pending for this project. We have a MTF grant, an LSA grant, and a DCED MTF grant. They are all in excess of $1 million. They are 3 separate grant applications. There are 3 different sets of legislative nuances to work through with those grants. I do have a call set up next week, I think it is Tuesday, right, to see if we can push 2 of those grants, and I will keep everybody posted. But they're in there, so fingers crossed. If we do receive a grant, then the Road Diet project will be scheduled for a 2026-2027, as we laid out in your 5-year capital plan at the beginning of this year. Your DEP 902 grant for your truck, we did indicate that is coming in and it will be received. So that matching amount of $25,000 will just be a carryover at this point, but it should be expended this year. I am going to move down the list in kind of a different order. So we had discussed the possibility of looking at surrounding properties next to the Public Safety Services facility. At this time, I included it on the list just because we discussed it over the course of the year, but we are not recommending moving forward with that budget item at this point. The Public Safety Services facility is being designed as we've requested that there can be future growth. We are looking to paint the A Field building. The Public Services team has done a fantastic job of beautifying that entire area. This is just a continuation of that effort, along with what is happening with the construction at the site. Narberth Ambulance, we give them $60,000 as an appropriation annually. That request came in this year. They're requesting $60,000. Narberth Ambulance is a wonderful partner in what we do every day. And so that is in there, and I would highly recommend that that be approved. And then we did, at the request of the Marywood Park Commission, we did receive a quote for the Marywood Park House windows and soffits. We are piece by piece making repairs and renovations to the Marywood Park House. The budget for the windows and the soffits came in extremely high at $185,000. It's not something that we're looking to expend, especially because of the thresholds that it puts us over, and then the amount that then increases in terms of budget. So we are going to break that down and do smaller portions of windows and soffits and do them in-house as best as we can and purchase them from an in-house method. So we're not going to look at like one big overhaul. So it's not in your budget for 2026 on the operations side and in the Marywood Park Fund that you have resources for. I'm not talking about the Marywood Park Trust, I'm talking about the operating fund. We will draw on those monies. I think there's $90-something thousand that can be utilized specifically for doing small batches of windows and soffits. So that number has been removed.
Quick question for the A-field paint. This is effectively just the cost of paint and equipment?
Correct.
Okay, and then what exactly is going to be painted? Is this in, like, the interior, or?
Do you want to discuss that?
The 185,000?
No, the paint for the A-field building.
A-field paint.
Yes, it's for the exterior.
Exterior.
Yeah, for the exterior, the building has had a lot of renovations, and brick has a lot of different colors, and there's some deterioration, so we'll take care of all that.
So the total cost from the capital items that I just went through, it's $4.5 million. I did not touch on the Conshohocken shuttle yet because I'm going to save that topic for our last topic of conversation. Any questions or concerns on those items? So pull that $260,000 out of that 4.5 for the time being, just for discussion purposes. Any questions on those items? Any questions on any of the capital items from the departments? Because then I'm going to go into funding sources.
So if the grants don't come through,
Yes,
we then don't have that match,
that's correct.
expense.
Yes. And the project does not happen.
Okay.
Okay, so let's talk funding sources. So we're going to work off of the 7.3 million. You do have a park and rec impact fee that comes in with any new development. So we'll estimate around, $50,000 at this point. If any of the new developments go forward, the larger developments, then that number will significantly increase. But again, I cannot bank on them actually coming forward and having the fees come in, and therefore we are estimating costs associated with infill development only. You will most likely have a capital fund balance from 2025 around that $2 million figure. It might be slightly more, slightly less, but I'm giving you the average of an estimate of what that is forecasted to look like. So again, that $2 million is sitting in your fund balance, and that rolls into your next year. It's specifically allocated to capital fund. You have roughly, where is your capital reserve fund has 4.4 million right now, so I am proposing to move $1 million. Should you need it from capital reserve to capital fund, again, the way your budget works, you have set revenues that are coming in to fund your set expenditures. However, if those expenditures don't occur, then those revenues, you can either leave them in your capital reserve or you can move them to capital. They'll either be in Fund 18 or Fund 30. You have your transfer that we always budget from general fund to Your capital fund, again, we wait till year end to determine excess revenues over expenditures, and then we move those dollars into reserve funds. You have your their sewer authority stormwater fee that's specified to capital. That right now is budgeted at $115,000. So from the stormwater fee through the sewer authority utility, $115,000 of that fee comes back to the borough in the form of capital expenditures. So you heard Frank talk about renting of the truck to clean out the inlets and other items that he's requesting for purchase. Those dollars specifically are allocated and utilized for those purposes. We do have a current grant out, a GTR grant for the Veterans Plaza project. That application is pending. It's in the amount of $250,000. So if it's received, it'll go into your revenues for capital. If it's not received, clearly that $250,000 comes out. And then the rest of the $7.3 million would be funded through a supplemental appropriation at the end of 2025. So as we monitor our finances moving into the end of the fiscal year, we can pretty much forecast what your excess revenues will be to your expenditures for year end. If that number falls within the threshold of what it has for the last few years, we would recommend you moving roughly $3.4 million from that overage into your capital fund to fund those projects specifically for the borough. And that will cover the entirety of your $7.3 million. So you have the resources to fund those projects without depleting your reserves, understanding that your cash position is strong. Again, you're looking at $22.6 million sitting in your general fund only, and then $33.7 million, that's your cash position in all your government funds combined. So the only other item to discuss when it comes to financing your capital budget for 2026 is, again, PFM will be in next Wednesday. It's next Wednesday, or like meeting. And they will be presenting scenarios in terms of financing options for you to take out additional debt. They have two scenarios that you can consider. One is specific only to the money for the construction of the Public Safety Services facility and road programs. Or you can add in, they can do multiple rounds of borrowing, and you could include that $2,250,000 for the Veterans Memorial Plaza, should you want to, into the financing option. So if you wanted to go that route with PFM, then that would take away, roughly $2.2 million of, I'll say, cash. So that would come down to, $5 million that you'd be funding. Or you can look at it from the perspective of you have the cash on hand and you can expend it to pump those resources back into the community. So they will be presenting both scenarios to you. You can select what scenario you are most comfortable with and the stipulations that come along with both of those scenarios. However, I am painting the picture for you tonight that you can fund the full 7.3 through those sources. So I guess for this evening, what I'm looking for is there anything on this list that you want to take off? The shuttle not included. Shuttle we'll talk about separately.
So Steph, the one thing that we didn't talk a lot about, and you just brought it up, which just reminded me, is road programs.
Yep.
So we know that we have highly needed road infrastructure. You touched on one of the line items that has a grant funding that was about 4 blocks that was running about $700,000, so $1 million for 4 blocks.
And that's assuming there's no major infrastructure issues once you take the top layer off.
So we're not talking mill and overlay
is what the Borough of Conshohocken needs for their road program. We're talking full infrastructure is basically what all our roads need. And there's no reason to invest good money to mill and overlay to then have it break down the next year.
No, we are in a situation now because that was what was done for years. There was mill and overlay done of streets to make them look pretty, but the infrastructure underneath the road, the integrity of that, we have found as we are going to the most needed areas in the borough, that underneath that mill and overlay, the support system of the road needs to be completely reconstructed. And so I have heard, concerns about the color of the streets and the color of the road, and certain sides of the street don't match. And we also have to factor in the utilities. So Ray and his team do a really good job of coordinating with Pico and Aqua, because we don't want to spend $1 million and then have them come back in and rip that all up and then have to have them redo it. So there's a lot of factors here, but the point is that no, we're not spending maybe $400,000 and just making a road look nice. We're spending $1 million tackling the worst areas in the borough that require the most attention and fixing the problem.
So we're talking high dollars.
Yes.
Which needs strategic plans, which is what we started last year with talking about making a fund to start actually putting dollars in.
Yes,
as we
council
move
last year reallocated millage from your general operating fund to a designated road fund. And like you've done with your other funds, you're building up a base so that down the road, just like with your OPEB, just like with your pension plans, there is reserves that are available to tackle problem areas and problem issues. That road fund supplements your liquid fuels aid that comes in annually, which is around the $200,000 mark. To generate a road program that relies specifically on $200,000, which is what was done previously, gets you your mill and overlay. But it's not fixing any of the issues that need to be addressed. That's why our projects that we're presenting to you are in the $750,000 to $1 million range. It's why we have gone out for grants every year, and we have been lucky to have received them. And it's why you've generated a road fund. And it is also why PFM is recommending that you allocate your borrowing capacity to about $2 million per year over a series of years to be able to tackle some of these bigger areas that require your attention. So that is a long-winded way of saying that this road program that Tyler has designed with his team on Hollowell, if we don't get a grant for $733,000 and we instead have the ability to have financed it, you can still do the program because you're making your road program a priority in taking out additional debt. So PFM isn't just presenting the borrowing specifically for the construction of the fire station. They're including the road program because it is a priority. It's just strategically finding a way to fund those big dollars without having a huge impact on the wallets of the residents of the Borough of Conshohocken. Understanding that it may not visually look the way you picture it, but the end result is that you have a solid foundation. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that answered my question.
Okay.
So we have our eye on the ball. We know the roads are bad. We know that we don't want to throw good money after good money, and we want to do it the right way, and we're strategizing what that long-term plan will be to actually get us to where our infrastructure is stable.
Correct. So we, on an annual basis, evaluate mills from real estate tax and what that appropriate percentage is to go to each of your operating funds. General, street lighting, fire, library, et cetera. If we can reallocate because we have excess revenues over expenditures, we will do that. And the road fund now exists that we can do that. We keep feeling like we're going to be, again, like I said in the beginning, in a static environment where we know what's expected in revenues, we know what's expected in expenditures, but we keep growing. So it's hard to pinpoint when we can really make significant moves in millages and understand that we're not going to, unbalance anything that currently is functioning well. So yes, the road fund was generated specifically so that when we are ready to look at the 3.386 mils that goes to general and reallocate them to the road fund, you're able to do so.
Any other questions? Okay. Thanks, Steph.
Okay. So it sounds like what I'm hearing is that right now, the list that's in front of you, this priority list, is going to go into the 2026 budget. And the last item that we need to figure out in terms of funding is whether we're pulling the 2.2 from cash or the 2.2 adding into debt service through PFM, which you'll figure out in October. Good? Yes?
Yes. Yes.
Awesome. Okay. All right. So the Conchi cab. So the Conshohocken cab is roughly $260,000, $250,000, $260,000 to operate it on an annual year. We did reach out to GVF, who is our partner in the cab, and Transnet to try to break down some numbers for you so you could see what the actual true cost is to a resident of the Borough of Conshohocken. So if you look at the cab costing, let's just say for calculation purposes, $250,000, and you look at our current number of residents or near future number of residents, which would be 12,000, then the annual cost per resident for the shuttle is roughly $20 annual cost. And the annual cost per day for a resident for the shuttle is roughly 5 cents. They did provide some information in terms of public transportation and the value that it adds to the community. So they're highlighting economic data, basically saying that there are studies that show the economic benefit of investing in public transportation, that a 4-to-1 return on investment for public transit projects. From my perspective, what I would like to focus on more is the 2 citizen task force that this idea generated from. So we had the comprehensive plan task force that was specifically devoted to the concept of economic development along our main street. That concept of economic development and the importance of that led to the generation of the Main Street Overlay Task Force, like going back years and years and years. The Main Street Overlay Task Force, again, a citizens group, worked off of the comprehensive plan, and they actually generated the overlay. And so the purpose of the overlay was specifically to attract and generate economic activity all the way from our commercial district up to the upper avenues. And the only way that we were able to successfully do that by ordinance was to allow for a relaxed parking requirement. That relaxed parking requirement was predicated on the operation of the shuttle. We actually had a zoning application for a development along Fayette that came in front of the zoning hearing board and was approved contingent upon support of the cab, with the idea that if they couldn't provide the parking on site, that the shuttle, the cab, would be able to transport them throughout the borough to applicable parking or the parking structures that we have partnered with and pay for on an annual basis. So that's the background to it, and I know that there's going to be discussion, but I'm just painting a picture of the cab was part of the vision of the comp plan and the Main Street overlay. And the purpose really was to attract high-end quality retail and restaurants. And so I understand, GVFs, they gave us, percentages of values that increase for single-family homes, condominiums, values that increase for commercial properties, and then, impacts of, if you're looking at a value of a home in Montgomery County increasing by roughly 5.6% based off of its proximity to public transit. So, but from my perspective, when we were all sitting around talking about the Conchi Cab, it was specifically tied to economic development in the upper avenues. And the return on investment when we attract those entities should exceed the annual costs of running the shuttle, operating the shuttle. So if you're looking at $260,000 to operate the shuttle, and then you're looking at the return on investment of the tax base that could come in from being able to attract those economic entities in the upper avenues, then I know everyone, we just had this conversation about return on investment. That is the return on the investment of the cab. And if you break it down into numbers specifically for what it costs the residents, because I know that is a concern, then you're looking at $20 a year. So those are the numbers. I did also just want to highlight that, our fire department does a really good job of monitoring all the apartment complexes down along the river. And if you look at the occupancy rates of all of our large apartment complexes, Riverwalk is basically at 96%. Lumina is at 96%. 51 Washington Street's at 95%. Matson Mills at 97%. Madison West Elm is at 79%. The Grand has roughly, I think it's like 914 people, and 401 433 is being built. So I guess that the vision for the cab, and I know that there's a question on whether it's being utilized in the correct capacity, or there's very little people riding it, or the stops aren't where people want them. I've heard a litany of concerns, but the potential there, I think, is worth the investment, especially when you're looking at the lifestyle we've built in Conshohocken. So those occupancy rates along the river are staggering. For them to all be occupied to that percentage, and the potential for the cab to be utilized by just those entities alone to transport them from the river up to the commercial district, up to the upper avenues, was the vision of the cab. So I guess in speaking with some of you, you're looking at, is it the right use of borough funds? Is it currently being utilized in the best use of borough funds? Maybe not. Could it be reevaluated to determine if it could be utilized in a different capacity? Potentially. Are we open to looking at that and evaluating that? Absolutely. Do I think there's PR and marketing opportunities where those two could combine? Maybe. There's all these things that could be explored. I know that there is a concern, but I do think there's potential, and I can be completely overruled on this, and that's fine. However, I do think it could be utilized as a resource and a service to help people more. What that means, I don't know, but the amount of effort it took to get this asset and this service in the Borough of Conshohocken to make Conchi cool, I think that was the the terminology used in the article that included the cab. I would hate to see that be thrown away without us at least trying to repurpose it. So that's my pitch.
Have you thought about redirecting it? I still think it's very silly that it goes up North Lane when there's no stops there.
I think that
I think we really need,
anything's on the table,
Okay.
within reason. I think
Right.
ultimately we have a partner, we have partners.
right.
While we have partners, we have to operate within a certain structure. There's also a future potential of looking at this becoming an internal asset and no longer having partners. I don't think we're there yet, but it's something we've talked about. Like, do you make it part of our fleet? And do you hire a local Conshohocken resident? And does this look completely different? I don't know. But we're requesting the time to at least be able to explore those other options.
I wanted to say thank you for pointing out more of the timeline of how this has come about, that several other processes and ordinances had to be put in place in order to now honestly give this a better chance at viability as well. We need those new businesses to come in. So it's in a way setting the stage for not just what we need now, but also what's going to come in the near future. I forgot the thing I was going to ask. Oh, the other thing I'm seeing is that as we're talking tonight about the budget and the other services that we're using for the borough, that in using NEF in the marketing and in PR, this gives us an opportunity to get the word about the cab and its uses or its utility out to more residents. I know something I appreciate. I think I've seen flyers for it now in front of the parks, so that we have those poster boards in front of the parks now. Whereas I know we advertise it on our flashing screens, but that's only a few seconds at a time. So this is a little more permanent, and I think as we start moving into this next year, discussing it more, talking about the stops, those sorts of things, will be really helpful in increasing its usage.
So I also will point out that, I know that some have said it's not generating any income. Well, we're not an income generating entity. And, we made the cab free, not that it's expensive, and our ridership went up like 50% in August. So there's a lot of things that we do. There's a lot of programs we run and services we offer that are free, that do cost a lot of money. They just aren't new. And so they're happening, and these events are happening that are all free. And we run things through recreation, like a pumpkin patch, pumpkin painting that is completely paid for by the borough, that costs nothing to come to. And there is a significant cost that's associated with that, but that is a service we decided was important to provide to our community for no cost. And there are multiple things that are of that same nature. So we aren't trying to make a profit on it. That's not what we do. We're trying to provide a service, the best service, to our constituents that we can. We like to think outside the box. We like to be ahead of what's coming next. And it may be that the Concha Cab is not successful, and it might not be the direction to go. But I don't think at this point we've explored enough about it to understand if it's time to pivot or not.
So, understanding this isn't a return on investment thing, it's not an income generating asset. We can still define, much like NEF, what our objectives are, right? Because right now, we can say what we want it to be and what it was ideally conceived as, but realistically, it's not moving people from point A to point B. They're just not, they're not on it, right? So when you talk about 12,000 residents and, the cost, my mind goes to, what is an acceptable metric that we want to see from a usage end? We need to have a target to shoot for if we're being asked to do this. So when we talk about, is it 5% of residents? Is it 10%? What are we actually looking for as an objective to realistically say that this is being utilized by the residents? And then when we set that target, how do you actually get there, and what do you do from a design end to move that percentage upward? Running a bus route is difficult because people don't use public transportation because it's not convenient for them when we have Uber and things like that. Making it an on-demand service, which again, we have a partner right now, which restricts our capacity to adjust, right?
Well,
But,
we've not.
correct me
we've
if I'm
not-
wrong on that,
We've
but-
not evaluated whether it restricts our capacity
Yeah,
to
that's what
adjust
I
or
was going to
not.
say. I think that we need to go back to them and say, in existing state, it's not being utilized the way that we had hoped.
It's an underutilized asset.
Right.
I didn't want to cut you off, just throw
Yeah,
that frame in there. Yeah.
that's perfect.
Right.
But we know that if we could design it a little bit differently, I shouldn't say we know, we have heard if we could design it a little bit differently where it could meet the residents that would like to use it where they need to be met, that we may be able to actually garner that increase of X percent to be able to then show value back to our residents.
Before you comment on that, can I ask this question? Does the administration, does borough management view it as an underutilized asset at this time? Or are you sitting here saying, no, it's perfect, it's running the way it should?
No, I think it's running the way it should in the capacity that was designed to run.
Okay.
I think that just like everything we start that's new, do we know going into it what's going to work best? No.
So I think we're all saying that if we can really improve it, whether that's through redesign, metrics, right? I don't know that answer, right? But I think we're saying that somebody, whether it's administration, our partners in this venture, somebody's got to come up with new ideas and new ways to improve it. And whether we choose metrics or not, or, again, right, I like this idea, but it's improving and getting it to its fuller potential from where it is, I think is.
Right.
And I guess my only ask in that is, we won't be able to do that if it just stops. And so it can just stop, and that's totally fine. Or we can be charged with exploring whether or not there are alternatives that exist in the model that currently
Is there an
exists.
ability to scale it back until we find a model that actually works?
Say that again?
Is there a potential to scale it back and lower that cost until we figure out a model that works? Almost like pilot different ways of doing it, because really what we did is we said, this is how we think it should be designed, and obviously it's not fitting what the public wants. So the ability to pivot here is probably the most important thing, and when you have a fixed cost of $260,000 on a model that you know is broken, being able to scale that down and pilot initiatives that would actually increase that and lower the cost would be the optimal scenario, in my opinion. Is that?
If you wanted to do that route, you'd have to start over, because the project was, you had to send out an RFP, and then a contract was signed, and there's provisions in the contract that you can probably work within, but you can't basically say, we're going to take the cost and cut it, because that was agreed to in the contract. So the cost would have to stay the same. The stipulations of the contract, I'm sure they would be open to negotiating.
So this is an operational cost that remains static regardless of usage?
Correct. In this current model.
And we're also talking about, right now, this part of the conversation, we're focused on one side of the equation, changing how it operates. But there's other aspects to this too, whether it's promotions, community outreach, things like that. Right,
Or
there's
other
another side,
entities sharing in the cost.
right, to increase, yeah. So,
If you look at other communities who run shuttles, there is a portion or a percentage of them that are funded by establishments, or chambers of commerce are big ones. So yeah, I think you just need to decide whether or not you want to continue to offer the service and explore our options, or you want the service to just cease?
From a contractual end, what does it look like if we decided we wanted to pivot and handle it internally? Just hypothetically, I'm just putting this out.
Well, you would end the contract and you'd be doing a whole, you
What
would
if-
be,
Could you, is that, this $260,000, we approve it, it's set for the year. There is no recouping that money in the middle of the year if we decide we want to pivot and we find a better idea, is that?
no, you would carry out the continuation of the shuttle for 2026. If you decide you want to look at it to making it an internal asset and running it internally, then we would be coming back to you with what the cost of the vehicle is, what the cost of the fuel is, what the cost of the employee is, the benefits are, the liability, et cetera. We don't have any of those costs now. We just have the contract with the operator. They carry the liability, they carry the costs.
If I agree with you that public entities don't have to pay for themselves. In fact, if it were free all the time, I wouldn't even care about that. It's just it's basically 5 people a day. And we need to up that number to make it worthwhile. And I'm not saying those 5 people don't count, but in August, it was what, 154 riders, which was up considerably. The last, there was 123 was the most, and that was September of last year. Before that, and they were very low numbers. So how do we do that? How do we make better numbers and reach more people? I think that's what I would aim for.
Yeah, I would agree.
Steph, does our team seem to have an enthusiasm for coming up with those ideas and solutions in 2026?
I think that there is increased outreach to businesses, increased relationships that exist that did not exist before. The potential for the utilization of the cab could look completely different, whether it's in-house or by contract. The hope is that there's commercial activity, economic development that happens along Fayette Street, in which case they're going to have to come and ask for relief of parking, in which case the cab exists in order for that to happen. I can't make that happen. So is there enthusiasm with the concept? Yes, absolutely. We wouldn't have done it if we weren't enthusiastic about it. Do I think that we can solve all the problems overnight? No. But we will, of course, try like we do with everything else.
For me, we look at what amenities we have for our different populations from Parks and Rec and different things. Our seniors need some additional amenities, and I would like to see our partner help us develop this amenity for our seniors who do struggle with walking up and down the hills with grocery bags and those types of things. Even if it's 2 days a month or once a week that we distinguish our specific days where we can do these types of activities. So I would look at it as an amenity that we could provide to a group of residents that we know have limited amenities, and that I would ask our partner to help us figure out how to solution for that. It doesn't have to be every day, but it could be, certain designated days that we can pre-program and have people know about.
I absolutely agree, and I think it needs more time. It needs another year to try to make these changes. New concepts take time to develop, and I'd hate to see this one with all the effort and money put into it already to be thrown away. What I think is quick.
My question is, do we have the capacity to pivot like that within the contract that we have?
We would have to evaluate if we can.
Okay.
I think that
I think that's probably, that's probably for me the most important.
We can't pivot
thing.
financially.
No, not pivot financially.
But can we
if we're-
pivot within so they've been open to different schedules, having to not run the shuttle because we have things planned, rerouting the route for whatever reasons we needed to do, utilizing them to, pick up groups of people from the hotel and shuttled them other places. So there's a good relationship there with Transnet. It's not as though that relationship doesn't exist, but I think that there's a way to pivot operationally within the confines, as long as we're not adding more and you're taking things away, which we would be if we're limiting the scope of the route and changing the dynamic of how long it runs, or if it's not running as much, or if it's focusing more on specific groups of residents. We would have to have that conversation.
There's no way to make it an on-demand service within the scope of the contract, is that?
I don't know that answer tonight. I know that what I.
Discussion has happened, though.
Yeah.
And it's more difficult than you
We're
may
not,
think.
yeah, we're not like Uber Eats or.
What you're talking about is if we owned it.
Let's
That's
give
the
Ray
things that
another
you're
cell
referring-
phone. He can just be the, you just take the call.
That's.
You can post that number
helicopter
too.
on one side, bus on the other. That's what you're referring to is if we owned it, we would have, and all the things that you're kind of referring to, it would be much easier to deal with. But in this circumstance, if this goes away, we'd be starting from scratch. I think that we can sit down and talk to them. They've been open to stuff. We've had conversations about things like the proving grounds during events and moving the shuttle out towards West Conshohocken and the hotel in West Conshohocken and bringing people over there, because you see people walking across the bridge in good weather. Having that conversation. But just it disappearing, we would have to then start from scratch. And I know the numbers in my head on what it would cost to start this process. It would be better if this worked out for us at this price. It probably would be like beneficial for several years. After that,
We have to start.
we would probably start to look at if this is working, we would probably want to bring it in-house. We have much more control, yes, but what we don't have it's a startup. Starting it up, the handicapped accessibility part of it, the driver and the coordination of the driver. We could take 2 years and develop an app for the Borough of Conshohocken, for not only that, but for several other things. There's a lot of things we can do that can be included in later. But at this point, if it goes away, I don't think that there's going to be much of a desire to go in another direction.
Anita, do you hear from people, the seniors in your area that want to use it? They're down more towards Caldwell?
The only thing, I really haven't heard from anyone from Caldwell.
No.
I'm not even sure they're aware of it,
Yeah.
which is a shame.
No, I would like to hear from people down off of Caldwell, especially Sutcliffe Lane. I have not heard anything. I know there are people that miss the signs. They think the signs are too small to know where to actually go to board it. I always see it way too late to get on it. But I think that could be, even if there was a border put around it of some kind to make it
Signage is one
stand.
thing we can look at, but I'm going to.
Yeah. I know, I'm
Signage is a
just
strange area
saying.
because we got those Park Mobile signs. It's getting kind of
Crowded.
over-signed.
It's crowded,
So
yeah.
we're gonna limit some of that. But going back to the Neff situation, this is a conversation we had with them also.
Okay.
And putting this shuttle into the mix with Neff
Yeah.
and promoting that. And using that as like, a figure as to what Conshohocken is. And I think that will help this process too.
Yeah.
But, ultimately, I think we're in agreement that if this is successful, we would be looking at this as something that we would bring in-house at some point.
I think we need to give it one more year. I really do. If we can get a different route going that maybe pulls it more into the neighborhood instead of just like the outskirts and the main street.
I think we have a pretty good negotiation ability, and we
Okay.
might be able to work something out.
Okay.
Well, I think what we would need for tonight is, do we have authorization to maintain the funding in the capital budget? Predicated on the fact that we will be working with our partners to determine if there's a way to
Make
work
it
within the
better.
scope of the contract and maybe make it more beneficial for our taxpayers.
Agreed.
That's a yes from me.
Yeah.
Kathleen?
Yes.
Stacy?
I sat here last year in the budget meeting and was told that we needed to give it another year to kind of see where ridership was. And it hasn't moved. The last month, we offered free rides. And if those 154 rides, if those were 154 different people, that is 1.2% of our population that we have. I'm not sure that the cost that we're putting out is worth it. Now, if the point is to create a service for the residents, then that's a different conversation, I think. Then we just stop charging them at this point, because it really doesn't matter. We're not making any money off of it. My other question was, is the current Conshohocken cab handicap accessible? Like, it has a way for people in wheelchairs to get on and off that shuttle?
It's handicap accessible.
Okay.
It is.
So that people with their grocery baskets and things like that from the towers can get on. That's where I'm sitting. I'm just having a hard time rectifying, again, dropping $250,000 on this. If, it just depends on what the purpose is going to be. I think more like Ralph said, what are we going to look for this next year?
The
Because
objective matters.
I can't justify I don't know if I can justify doing this a third time with this kind of money. Where there are other things in this budget, I would much rather put that money towards this year.
Again, I'm at the point where it's, I want a clear, defined objective, because you're right, we sat here last year and we said, let's give it another year, but we didn't really know what we were looking for within that year. We were just kind of looking for it to blossom and flourish. It didn't, right? But we didn't really give it a defined objective as to what we want to see out of it. If we sit here and we give it a defined objective, next year we could look and say, we failed, or we succeeded, or we grew, but we didn't meet our objective. We have to set something up when you're spending this amount of money, and that is super important to me, as opposed to just saying, yeah, let's give it another year. Well, okay. What do we want to set as an objective for this? Because we can get a return on our objectives, we cannot get a return on our investment.
So is that the question that we all have to answer today or tomorrow? Is the objective that it is going to pay for itself, or is the objective going to be that it's a service that we're offering to the community, like the other services that we offer to the community, and we're going in with a different philosophy as to service for our community?
If we can service 10% of the population with this and pay out the money, it's a huge win, in my opinion, because I believe that 10% will have a super value in whatever they're using. And even if that means that 10% comes from point A to point B for restaurants.
Right, so you're talking about 10% ridership.
Of total residents,
Okay.
yeah. Total residents. I mean, we can argue about what the number is, whatever it is, but I think that has to be in here somewhere. That has to be a part of the conversation, because again, we're 260, 260, 260. Now, next year we sit here and we say, well, we need another year. Now we're over $1 million invested in this without a strict vision of what it should be.
And back to the point about the Main Street overlay, about getting people up in the upper avenues, that business development has not happened. We are waiting on a project at 7th and Fayette that is not yet started. I've got empty storefronts up on the upper avenues that have not been filled. There's no reason for anybody to come uptown at this point, and it has been that way since the Main Street
That's a
overlay
good
was in the
point,
back.
and that's a good point. That's one of the reasons that we talked about doing the shuttle. But I want you to know this. So if, just think about it in this respect. If what the discussions as to what is going to happen at those places, if they actually come to fruition, the parking situation in those areas is not compatible with what's going to go up there. The lower end of town is. The upper end of town, we don't have a parking area.
Right.
So the idea was to have this shuttle bus to be able to take people there. So in this year period of time, which is now, it looks like some of these projects are going to move. We will definitely have a better idea on whether it's with the company that we're with now, or whether we should bring something like this, similar to this, in-house and provide it anyway, as a relief for what could happen at the upper end with the parking space.
Right. But, and just, I agree with you, but your counterpoint on that is you have to convince riders that they should park down at the garage and take the free shuttle up, that's great, or they can just drive their cars up and park for free. So if that's me, I'm just gonna drive I would rather park a block and a half off and have my car than park 10 blocks away and wait maybe for a shuttle to come by.
So then,
It's almost like
the entirety of the overlay ceases to exist. Because the entirety of the overlay was passed by the task force, predicated on the fact that they would be utilizing those parking structures. So they
Right.
gave them decreased parking
Correct.
requirements in the
Correct.
overlay.
Correct.
The individuals on
have-
that
but again,
task force.
So would we have to remove the overlay?
Well then, why are you providing a parking relief then? They should be required to meet the zoning requirement then. So you had an entire task force that was made up of business owners, council members, and residents that specifically decided that they would attract businesses by decreasing the parking requirement so they could utilize services like a shuttle or the parking structures that we strategically 10 years ago, 8 years ago, 5 years ago, put in place. This is one of the pieces of the puzzle. It's coming before the establishments. It's like the cart before the horse. Which one comes first? Do you have all the establishments and then you need the parking relief? Or do you offer the parking relief with an asset that allows for the parking relief to then attract the businesses? Which one do you come first? From our perspective, the pre-planning in this is more important than the reacting to a situation that then affects the residents and affects the neighborhoods. Those are not my words. Those are the words of the task force. The individuals that sat on that Main Street task force thought this was what was going to attract the businesses. This was what was going to make Conshohocken special. It wasn't me, it was the business owners that saw a vision for Conshohocken that they wanted in the future. It may be taking somewhat longer than we all wanted it to, but it's going to come. And you're either going to have the asset available to you, understanding that it's just another service that we offer, that not many other communities do offer, which makes us attractive. And you have a Chamber of Commerce that just developed that we didn't have before. Maybe they have to get involved. Maybe their name needs to be on the cab and they need to be help funding it. I don't know what that looks like in the future, but I know that if you have it, then you're being proactive about it instead of reacting to it. And I would hate to turn around to those business owners on that task force, residents on that task force, and the council members on that task force and say, I'm sorry, the vision you had, we're not buying into.
But if you don't have a vehicle that is going by those upper businesses that have come, why have it?
Well, that's why you can constantly change your route.
That's what I'm pushing for.
Okay. Well, you already told us that you want another year.
We have an individual who's basically scoured the whole borough of Conshohocken over the last several months that we haven't heard from to get some feedback from the mayor. If you've heard anything in your conversation. So you've probably seen more people face to face.
Coming from a slightly different angle, we're in the borough's consciousness because what I've come to Steph with is businesses that want to advertise on the Conchi Cab, weddings that want to rent out the Conchi Cab. So I've had a lot of those kinds of ideas that I've given to staff that we just haven't been able to make work, but we're in the consciousness. As far as like what residents are saying, I don't know if it's top of mind, like stop signs and funding police and radar and Fayette and that kind of thing, but there is a sense of it's a part of our identity. Like you see that yellow bus and they know it's Conshohocken, they know it's us, and it's something that we are doing for residents, right? I agree. The payment, I guess, for me is negligible if we're not really going to make a return. So maybe that's something we think about. But there is a sense of civic pride. I mean, how many townships, when we started advertising the cab, were like, oh, why don't we do this? Like, how come our electeds don't offer this, like, creative, interesting way to attract people to different parts of town? So I think from a consciousness perspective, it's a part of us now. We just have to find a way to make it work. I agree. I would love to see us hit that 10%. I would love to see it be, I would love to have 2 Conchi cabs so that we have more availability of the cab. I think
Oh my
that's.
God.
I don't think it comes enough, right, to be as convenient as I would like. But I have no problem with setting a metric and a guideline for us to look at.
I'm fine with another year if we say next year at this time, at a bare minimum, we're sitting here and seeing 5% of the residents use it, and a target, a really stretch goal would be 10%.
I wouldn't wait till next year. I would ask that we set up quarterly check-ins
Yeah, that's
on
fine.
how things are looking.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And make adjustments if we have to. When we say we mean.
We mean administration.
Thanks for that. Yes.
Yeah, it's like a performance improvement plan. Let's check it out quarterly. It is what it is. You gotta.
How are you reorganizing the org structure?
Okay. We have our direction. Are we comfortable with that direction?
The only reason we're kind of
Looking
hesitating
at
slightly
everybody
is because
room.
we don't control it.
Yeah.
100%. So we should have a conversation with the partners in this before we say, well, okay. Or if we controlled it 100%, we wouldn't have to say another word.
But
So that could be part of it too. If
That is part
that
of-
has to be
yeah.
known what our latitude is to make
Yes.
movements within the contract.
Yep.
It should be very clearly defined, and we should have, hopefully, ideally, if they're good partners, we'd have a lot of that latitude.
And if they're not, then they're not good partners.
Well, I mean, that's
right?
the alternate side of this is like, the borough operation isn't gonna crumble like over the Conchi cab. It's not like this is, like, I'm not sitting up here with like this dire conversation that, but I there's a vision, somebody else's vision that we're passionate about. We're passionate about the people that have really made Conshohocken flourish and grow, and there's the next phase that hopefully is going to come. And so I'm sitting here fighting for that vision, and probably gonna have a migraine tomorrow. But yes, if it was ours, it would be a totally different conversation. But if you're saying to me that if we go back to GVF and Transnet and determine whether or not we can set metrics that potentially would lead to some sort of result quarterly and at the end of the year, that would determine whether or not this is a feasible and fiscally responsible investment, then we can do that, correct? It's just going to, we don't ultimately control it. We're the beneficiary of the service, and so it's just slightly, I don't know if that's going to be an opportunity, but I think we should take the opportunity to explore as much as we can while we have the opportunity to.
Can I ask a question? If you can't answer it, that's fine. You said you had a number in your head. If we were going to control this, we were going to do this on our dime. What are we looking at for that?
We're probably starting to talk about $500,000.
Okay, that's what I
about
thought.
$500,000
Okay.
For a new vehicle.
Sure.
Depending on whether you wanted to go electric or
Sure.
whatever. But
Okay.
but that's where you would start.
Okay.
I think the liability is a big issue. I mean, GVF has taken that responsibility, not us.
That's correct.
And that's a huge thing.
We have lots of liability, though, I mean.
Sure.
Okay, it is almost 10 o'clock, so I am going to confirm. I'm leaving it in here now. We will fund it because we can, and we will look at determining metrics, usage, et cetera. And we may be back here next year, and it may not look any better, but we'll give it a shot. Yes?
Yes.
I'm fine with it.
Okay. All right, some closing remarks. I'm really sorry. I'll be fast. Just want to make sure I got it all out there. Dave, you okay back there? Okay. He got food, he's okay. All right, so thank you. That was a lot of information in one night. Just some final messaging to discuss when it comes to the budget. So we have multiple sources of revenue that make up our general fund budget. You still with me? Okay. Our total revenues, like I've discussed, are roughly 19.6 million. Only 2.6 million of that 19.6 million comes from real estate tax or our residents' pockets. So we're looking at 13.2%. That 13.2% comes from real estate tax, 13.2% comes out of our residents' pockets. That's the percentage that we use to fund our entire budget. So basically what that means is that 86.8% of our income and revenues are generated solely through commerce, business, and grants. And so what that means when you put it all together is that the residents get to enjoy everything that we talked about tonight. Operational budget, capital budget, all these exciting plans we have, everything that makes this borough so special without bearing the financial burden for the services, amenities, facilities, safety, and special events. I just want to thank the directors for their hard work and dedication to the borough. You can see how much effort, time that they put into the generation of their budgets. Angela compiles all these numbers and puts them into a document and has to deal with me on a regular basis. So thank you. God bless her. Brittany organizes every aspect of this meeting, my life, and all the budget materials. So thank you for putting that all together. And then Ray, he's not even listening to me, but Ray, all the visioning that goes into all the big picture items. You keep us evolving into the future. So we're really lucky to have such a great team. I feel truly lucky to be part of the team. And last but not least, thank you, council and mayor. Your leadership allows all of this to happen, and it ensures that all the residents of the borough are represented. And I think that's really important because sometimes that gets lost in the budget process, that you make sure the residents are represented in the budget process. So my last hope is just that what we illustrated this evening is that the borough strategically puts our investments, development, commerce to work, so there's little financial burden on the residents to basically live in a community that we all believe is really the premier place to live, work, play, and grow in Montgomery County. So thanks for putting up with us tonight. And I'm done. So we just need to call for public comment, if there is any.
Yep. So Brittany, anything come in over the radio waves?
No, we didn't receive anything.
Okay. Is there any public comment this evening on anything we discussed?
I'll spare you all.
Thank you, David. I will speak for myself and
I'll take the liberties for Borough Council. There is a lot of planning and executing to go into putting this meeting together, and we are grateful for such a dedicated and talented team to be able to present things the way that you present them, for us to then make decisions that are important for our strategy and for our future. So thank you to all of you for what you do. Hearing no public comment, does anyone else have any comments they want to add for this evening? Do we need an executive session post-meeting? Okay, no executive session. So based on that, I am going to say it is 9:57 and meeting